What's up, everyone? Hi. Hi. Okay. Okay. Um, Holy moly, Dragon Army, thank you so much for the 20. Thank you, appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Okay, so like the reason I'm wearing the mask right now is because it's very smoky. It's much more dangerous if you go outside, but for some reason when we got home today, our sliding door was partially open, so it was like gross in here and I ran out of N95s and I've been waiting for mine to get delivered. So I have N95 respirator masks that should be coming here soon. Hopefully. It's not Amazon. It's no, I had ordered them. I think it's UPS, but yeah, of course Amazon deliveries are they're sending them to areas that are literally on fire. Like Amazon delivery drivers are going to, of course, still having to go to areas that are literally on fire. So, just quick updates before I let you guys know everything that happened yesterday. Our area is secured. Um they were able to contain the flames, luckily, because the winds were not super bad last night like they were 2 nights ago. So if it had been the winds from 2 nights ago, we would have been just fucked. Just absolutely fucked. The winds are supposed to pick up tonight. So like there's just smoke all over there's smoke all over Los Angeles. The air quality outside all over LA is really, really bad. Really bad. So we might end up getting out of here for a couple days. I texted Sam. I was like, I don't know when you're coming back, but you might want to just stay in Oregon for the time being. Alex, thank you for the 5. Thank you, thank you. So even like when Will and I were at Hassan's last night, when we laid down to go to sleep, we were coughing from just the smoke we had inhaled through the mask that we were wearing, leaving our area last night. And even in Hassan's area, like this morning, there was ash that was falling outside when I took the dogs out to go potty. And it was, I mean, you can just smell the smoke everywhere. Okay. Well. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you. Uh okay. Okay, we're gonna um I have better masks that are coming. I ordered them. It's just taken a while to come. Um I went out today to try and buy stuff because I let me just tell you guys that let me just tell you that you think you're prepared and then you're really not, and you cannot over prepare. Okay, you cannot over prepare, and you think it's gonna you're watching it and you're like, this isn't gonna happen to me, or like in my area, like I'm okay, and then suddenly it does. And it's like the shock of it happening like where you live. So i'm just I'm just here to emphasize that you can't not over prepare enough. And I don't mean get like all prepper or whatnot, but like if you live in Los Angeles, if you live in a state that, you know, these disasters are happening more and more frequently and are intensifying, And yes, it is exacerbated. It is worsened by climate change. Okay, there's no denying that. Um, you have to you have to be prepared. You got to be prepared. Can somebody please mods, can we please link a message that I ran out of N95s, so I'm getting more because I know people mean well, but it's really going to drive me nuts. It's really going to fucking drive me nuts if people are coming in here and I know they mean well, but if they're like, you got to do this, you got to do this. Like, everyone needs to leave me the fuck alone for like 2 seconds. Holy shit. I'm just asking, like, I know people are concerned. One, please don't get obnoxious with it. Please don't backseat drive because it actually doesn't make me better at all. It doesn't make me better. Okay? And right now, this is okay to be wearing in my house. It is outside where the N95s are the masks that you really need to be wearing, and I'm getting them. Okay. Jesus. So. Anyway, like I need everyone to know too that a lot of us who live in LA right now are traumatized, and then it's also like dealing with the guilt of knowing that there are people who have it so much worse. Okay? Like there are people who have lost everything, but like our city is on fire. It just feels like it feels like, and it's not even just a feeling, like you look at the news and there's just fire everywhere. And then people online, on the right who are like saying, like celebrating it because LA, blue city. But then also people on the left who are being like, oh, rich people, celebrities, I'm not going to feel bad because that's class consciousness. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you don't live in Los Angeles, especially, you don't understand. You don't understand the city. You don't know who lives here. And I get it that like a lot of the coverage of who has lost their houses are celebrities. Those are famous people. Unfortunately, they get attention. Okay. I was just checking the news now, and it was like listing Billy Crystal, Paris Hilton, Eugene Levy among celebrities to lose homes in California. Like, but that's not most of the people who live in LA. I need people to understand that. Okay? Like in Altadena is a historic black, like there are historic black communities in Altadena. It was one of the few places that didn't engage in redlining. So for generations, black families have lived there, have passed homes down from generation to generation. So like this, like this isn't just celebrities, but also like you're not doing praxis if you're celebrating celebrities having their homes burnt down. Okay. And like, just the mere thought that we could have lost, we didn't know what was going to happen when we left our house. Like, it's not just, it's hard to explain, but yes, your life is the most important thing. And you can be like, these are just material items. But I think that like having empathy is understanding that for people who have lost, who still have their lives, but lost everything in the fire, like that is devastating, right? All their memories are gone, like their homes. It's not something that's as easy as and even if it's well intended, it's just, I'm just like the discourse online on what is happening is like, it's driving me nuts. It's terrible. Losing your home is traumatic, period, whether you're well off or not. Yeah. Yes, it is. It is. And also the fact that like this is worsening. Like our climate is heating in a state like California where a place like Malibu is the fire capital of the world, and we're it's getting drier and drier all across California, and it's why these fires are getting worse and worse. And yes, there are a lot of factors that are contributing to, these blazes, and why, they can't contain the fires in like the Palisades and in Altadena, and why why they're just popping up all over the place. Uh, Thinking about the amount of elderly and disabled people that can't just leave at the drop of a hat. Yes, I mean, in Los Angeles, in places that are on fire, you have you have homeless people, you have elderly people, you have animals, you have families. Do you think the way the media has historically treated celebrity culture creates a shield for the mega wealthy who use wealth to take? Wait, sorry, I don't know if I have the space to answer that right now. Um, what I was trying to explain is I understand that there are people who have a perception of Los Angeles, of these areas that are burning, as it's just all rich people and all celebrities, and that's not the case. But also, it's not praxis to be celebrating online and to be like, I don't give a shit that Eugene Levy's house burned down. It's the same energy as like people saying I don't give a fuck that Blake Lively was sexually harassed and retaliated against because she's a celebrity, right? Where my god, there are people on the left who are treating like anyone who is famous as like just dismissing things that happen to them because they are public figures. And there are certainly entities to point to and blame, right? Like when we talk about climate change and talk about the fossil fuel companies, and okay, I think my mask just got here. Hold on. Right? And like politicians who shit all over the Green New Deal, and they're like, it's too expensive. And now we're looking at upwards of $50 million. Hold on. Hello? Oh, okay. I'll be right there. Thank you. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Hold on 1 second. It's okay, Farley. It's okay, baby. It's okay. Oh, are you scared? It's okay. It's okay. There was food that was being delivered at the same time as this, so I grabbed it and then I was like, wait a second. This is not what I need. This is not what I'm looking for. Okay. That's what I want. I'm gonna go give one to Will. Okay. I'll go give him this. Hey, Will. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Okay. Okay, Farley. Okay. All right, we got a better mask on. No. Now we're rocking. Now we're rolling. Okay. Great. I just gotta text my neighbor. Masks are here. I'm streaming. All right. So, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I just don't really want to take any chances because, like I said, when we got in this morning, our side door was partially opened. Our side door was partially open, and so it smelled quite smoky. Quite smoky. Take that mask off. Okay, so I remember during COVID, people rushed to the grocery stores and cleared everything out. Is the same thing happening? No, they're only getting specific things. It's not like it was with COVID where they were grabbing like toilet paper and shit like that. I will say, like, all the purifiers are gone. I like how Hassan said the smoke was cozy. That man will just choose to die instead of take any action. Like, we would have to drag him out of the house. We would have to drag him out of the house because he will not leave. I mean, he did leave the house and picked us up, but I mean, like, if you know, we're thinking about getting out of LA for a couple days because the smoke is so bad. When he told me he played basketball outside, I was like, Hassan, I'm so serious. I'm so serious. That is very stupid. Okay, do not be going outside. And if you have to go outside, like, you need to wear a mask, but you should not be working out. Yeah, the IRL stream was crazy. Okay, well, I'll give you guys like my POV of everything that happened last night, but before that, I went out today to try and find a purifier. I don't think it would really do much, if I'm being honest. I think it was more so just being like, okay, I just want to go get stuff. Like, I don't know. I want to feel like I'm doing something. And I went to Best Buy and they were cleared off the shelves. And he said everywhere in LA is, he said the guy I was talking to was like, it's all gone. Like all the purifiers are gone. So basically the purifiers are toilet paper in Los Angeles right now. And as I was leaving, I left Best Buy and I ran into this woman and she had a shopping cart and she had this huge purifier in the shopping cart. I was like, oh my God, where did you get that? Where did you get that? And she goes, oh, I got that from Best Buy. And I went, oh, damn it. I was just there and they're clean out and like they're just out. They're out everywhere. Like it's not just Best Buy. If you try to order it online, it's not going to come till next week. And she goes, oh, I'm actually returning this one. And I was like, what? I was like, what? You're returning this? And she was like, yeah, my daughter wanted me to return it because she didn't, I think they were confused because it was a 3-in-1 type of purifier, but it just meant it had all these extra gadgets and different modes. So like there was the heat purifier, there was like cold air purifier. I was just like, okay, I think this is my lucky day. So I said to her, I was like, okay, so you're returning it. Can I buy this? Like, when you return it, like, can I have it after you? She was like, oh yeah. So I walked back with her into the Best Buy. And as she's waiting to return it, 2 other people come up and they were like, excuse me, ma'am, are you returning that? And she said, yeah. And they were like, can I buy that? And she goes, oh, well, actually, this young lady here, asked me first. They're like, oh, okay. And I can see her kind of start to get a little uneasy because she's like, well, wait a second. Why have 3 people now come up to me and been like, can I have that purifier? And I looked at her. I was like, ma'am, I think you should call your daughter. I said, I really think you should call your daughter and just double check that she wants you to return this. So she's like, okay. And so she calls her daughter and she's like, honey, there are 3 people now who have come up to me and asked to buy this purifier. Like, I don't think that we should get rid of this. And the daughter was like, well, I don't know. I just think that this isn't good. Like, I don't know what was going on with the daughter. Frankly, everyone in Los Angeles is kind of freaking out, like freak mode right now. So it didn't make sense, whatever was going through her head, but I'm like, I think everyone just has anxiety and people aren't really thinking straight. And so the daughter was like, you make a decision. Like, I can't make a decision. You make a decision. So the woman hangs up and she looks at me and she's like, my daughter wants me to make a decision. I don't know what to do. And it was one of those moments where I was like, fuck. I was like, fuck. And I said to her, I was like, don't return this. Don't return this because you're not going to find any purifier anywhere else. I go, as much as I obviously want this, I am telling you, do not return this. And she was like, I think you're right. And then she was talking about how God, she was like, God brought you to me. She said, God brought you to me because I would have returned this if you hadn't have stopped me. And now you're telling me not to return it. And I was like, yep. I was like, yep. And she goes, God is, or what did she say? She's like, I believe in karma. And because you helped me, like someone is going to help you type of thing. I was like, you know what? I need to have a clear conscience. So I'm not doing this because I'm like, okay, where's my karma? Like, is a purifier going to drop from the heavens now? I was just like, I can't. She was asking me, what should I do? And I don't think she realized that the purifiers are sold out everywhere. And if she were to try and get a new one, she would have to order it online and it would not arrive until next week. But anyway, as I was leaving, well, I said bye to her. And I was like, good luck, take care of yourself. And as I was leaving and I walked outside, one of the guys who had asked me, or one of the guys who had wanted to buy it too, he was like, wait, what happened? You don't have the purifier. I was like, well, dude, I don't think she understood that these are sold out everywhere. So I told her to keep it. And he was like, that was a very nice thing that you did. And his girlfriend was in the car too. He's like, that was a very nice thing. And they were like, can we offer you a ride? I said, well, I'm okay. So I think that was like them trying to also pay it forward, where they're like, can we take you somewhere? Like these people who, you know, like all of us involved in this story, where the woman's like, karma will come back around, where maybe if I did need a ride, that would have been that would have been, you know, it being paid forward to me. I just have to say, the reason why, especially that interaction with these strangers today, is one I'm holding on to, is because last night was terrifying, and I did see people get all individualistic, and people like screaming at each other, and people were panicking. And so I'm not trying to be all like woo woo, but sometimes the best and the worst is brought out of people during a disaster, certainly, which we are experiencing right now. And last night was like awful to witness that panic setting in people, and seeing how they would, it was like everyone for themselves type of thing. It was like everyone for themselves type of thing. And I'm like, man, we can't be doing that. We can't be doing that. Holy shit. Hogan. Holy Hogan, thank you. My goodness, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Thank you everybody else for the individual subs. Sorry, I haven't called you all out, but I appreciate you. I appreciate all of the care. Okay, all of the care, all of the messages that were sent of people who were concerned. If you have central air, you could see about enabling the fan to run continuously, which would pull air through the return filter. The effectiveness would be dependent on the filter and the return. Yeah, I'm thinking that we're gonna leave. I just feel like the winds, which are continuing, which are supposed to worsen again, and the smoke, which is all throughout Los Angeles. Like, it is everywhere in LA. It's not just where we are. It is everywhere in LA, and it's really, really bad air quality. Are they blowing in your direction? So, I mean, there's various fires. Skeletor, thank you so much for the 5. So Palisades is still burning. That fire has not been contained at all. And then, Altadena and Pasadena, like, that is still burning. That has not been contained. And so the winds are blowing. So there's like smoke coming from the Palisades this way. There's smoke coming from the hills, from the various fires that have broken out in the hills. It is it's just it's really everywhere. It's really really everywhere. How's Farley? He's good. He's good. He was really distressed last night. He was really really distressed last night. It was very stressful. So I will tell you, Hogan, thank you for the bits too. Some karma return for you. I appreciate you, dude. I do. I appreciate all you guys. And I'm sorry, when I started off the stream, like, yes, I am feeling, it is stressful. Like, it is stressful. Last night was traumatizing. We are lucky. There are a lot of people who are in a significantly worse position, but like, it is horrible no matter where you are in LA to be seeing your city burning and to know how many people are suffering. And then to have to evacuate your own home. Like, it is terrible. It is very stressful. And I, when I started off the stream, I'm just like, I know people mean well, but I was like, I don't want to hear about the mask thing. I don't want to hear about the mask thing. And I think sometimes when people are trying to give helpful advice, it's not helpful. It's not helpful. So I know that for most people it is well meaning, it is well intended, but it does not it does not help my anxiety levels. I was driving home from Fresno when we got the evacuation call. Thank God my older sister was willing to drive to my apartment to grab my car for me. Thank God. Yeah. There was also an evacuation notice or an evacuation warning that was sent out a couple like an hour ago, and that was sent in error. So everyone in LA was like, okay, what the fuck? I guess we have just an evacuation order across the city. It was very it was very bad timing. It was very bad timing. It was sent in error because it was for one fire that I think is in Calabasas, and they meant to send it to just people in that area, and they fucked up. Is the smoke that bad? You have to wear a mask inside. OMG, I'm so sorry. So our door was partially open throughout the whole night that I found out when we got home. So like, I just right now, right now the AQI level is like 180, which is very bad. That means that going outside, you should wear a mask, and you should wear an N95. I'm wearing this right now just to be safe. Like last night when we got to Hassan's, like when we went to go to bed, we were both coughing. Like I can feel smoke in my lungs from last night, and probably like even being at Hassan's house, like just being in LA, unfortunately, is it's really really bad quality. Also, you can't always smell it. The AQI was in the 200s for me yesterday, and it didn't smell at all. Yeah, that's the other thing. You're not supposed to go off of smell. You're not supposed to be like, well, it doesn't smell that smoky. Like when we first got into our apartment, it smelled like ash. It smelled like complete ash, and then of course, you get kind of used to it. So you're not supposed to base anything off of your sense of smell. Yeah. My mom is really scared after that error message. She nearly had a stroke. Yeah, not fun. LA City deadass said, yo, my bad. Yeah, LA City was like, oops. I always, it just reminds me of Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park when he's like, oops, what do you mean oops? What do you mean? What do you mean oops? Oops. No, there's no oops. There's no oops. What? No oops. I live in Washington. Our wildfires can also get pretty bad. I understand what you're going through. Just want to say I'm sorry that this is what you're going through. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I think Will has to, they got to go do the podcast later tonight. We might end up going back to Hassan's. I don't know. I don't even know if that's better. Frankly, it really kind of feels like one of those where you're like, I think if you're able to just be able to get out of, I know, poor Farley, poor Farley, being able to leave LA. Yeah, I think they should cancel the podcast if I'm being honest. Hassan was fucked up earlier from the dentist. Austin has been freaking out. I'm just like, do you have to do the podcast? I think it's fine if you don't do it. Like, I think you're good to skip. Peace fire now. Thank you so much for the raid. All right, so here's what happened last night. I was sitting at my computer and I was getting ready to stream. So it's very surreal because I was getting like news stuff ready to go, looking at obviously the fires in Palisades and Altadena, and I wasn't like focusing on my own area. And then I get a text from a friend in my friend group chat, and I live in Delhi, India, and the AQI level is always like more than 350 or 400. That is insane. It feels like the smoke is inside you. No amount of showering makes you feel less sticky or less dry, and it's like there are black or ashy stuff. That is awful. That is awful, awful, awful. Okay, so I'm at my computer. I see this text, and it's a friend of mine who lives very close to us, but a little bit more up in the hills. And she's like, "We're evacuating. We just saw flames." And I was like, oh my God, what? And so I get up and I kind of stick my head out the window, and it looks like really hazy, but it's been looking hazy because there's fires all around, all in LA, and it's blowing everywhere. So I go into Will's stream room and he's streaming, and I'm like, "Hey, just saw this message. I'm going to go see what I can see, and we might like I think we should be ready to go." I was like, "I think we should be ready to go." So he's like, "Okay." And I go outside and I walk like half a block, and I look up and there's just all of this smoke, and I couldn't see the flames because this one building was blocking it, but I knew it was like behind it, and like people are outside and they're looking at it, and I was like, oh my God, okay. So I call him and I'm like, I was like, "We need to go. Like, we gotta go. I'm looking right now, and the hills are on fire." And you could feel the energy kind of starting to heighten. Like, more people were going out on their balconies, like looking at it. People starting to leave in their cars. People who lived up on one part of this street that was right up against the hills where the fire was, starting to leave. And I was like, okay, I do not want to get caught in this traffic, because if you've been paying attention at all, you've seen like all of the abandoned cars in the Palisades. I mean, they had to come in with a bulldozer and knock cars off the road because emergency services couldn't get through, because everybody was trying to evacuate and nobody could. You just got gridlocked. And so people started abandoning their cars in the Palisades. So I'm thinking about all this. I'm like, I don't want this to happen. And the winds are blowing our direction. And there's a fire right there. So we got to like get the fuck out. And we hadn't gotten an official evac notice, but I'm like, it's happening so fast. That is like the crazy thing. That is the crazy thing about all this, is how fast it happens, and it's how fast it's happening. So I go back inside, and like, I think as we're going inside, it was like an evacuation warning. And I get inside, and I was like, okay, we got to go. I was like, Will, we have to go now, because they're going to issue the official evac, and then everybody's going to be trying to get the fuck out of Dodge. Will timed it last night from the moment you went into his room to stream end was 10 minutes. Oh my God. Yeah, Jesus, 10 minutes. This is what I mean, you guys. Like, if you're in LA, if you're in an area like where you experience or can experience wildfires and you never have, it happens so fast. All right, so we're in the house, and I'm like, I don't even want, like, he's kind of packing up some stuff, and I'm like, I just want to get out of here. Like, we have to go, or else we're going to get blocked in. I was like, we're going to get blocked. We're not going to be able to leave, because everyone is going to be trying to go. So I didn't grab clothes. Okay, I know, crazy. I didn't grab clothes because I grabbed Farley. I had our passports. I basically grabbed a bag of mine. Yeah, I did get a book, okay? Okay, because as we were walking out the door, my book was there, so I just threw it in. But Farley was obviously my priority. So we're walking out the door, and that's when the official evacuation notice starts sounding, and the building, the fire alarm in the building is going off, and there were people, who were getting on the elevator. Like, one woman had her birds with her, and it was like boom, 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 boom. So we get in our car, and we try to leave the garage, and we're stuck. Like, we can't even get out of the garage. People are getting out of their cars to see what's going on, and I got out of my car, and I'm like, Will, we are completely gridlocked. The main streets around us are not moving. I went out to the street, and I asked somebody, I was like, how long have you been sitting here? And they're like, we've been sitting here like 20 something minutes. And that was on the main street. Like, we couldn't even get out of our garage. And so Will and I were like, okay, well, we should probably leave the car. Like, I think that that it was exactly what I was scared of. Like, it was exactly what I thought was going to happen, and it happened so fast, which is that everybody tried to leave at once. Like, my friend who lives in the building, in the same building as me, she evacuated probably 10 minutes before we did, and she managed to get out, and it was literally a matter of minutes, and then you were just fucked. So we were able to pull into a different part of the garage and left the car there. I think there was somebody in front of us who had left their car, so that's like, people were honking, starting to scream. They're like, whose fucking car is this? So Will left the Pokemon cards. He had grabbed his Pokemon cards initially, but I'm like, babe, we gotta walk out of here. So he left the Pokemon cards in the car, and I just grabbed my bag. He had his suitcase and his backpack, and then I had Farley. I know. He said goodbye to them. He honestly said goodbye to his Pokemon cards. He had his favorite coat. He had grabbed his favorite coat and the Pokemon cards. He's like, I have to leave these. So he took the coat off. He took the coat off because it was just too bulky. And then he left the cards and he said goodbye. Yeah. So then we just started walking, and we knew immediately that we made the right decision. We knew immediately that we made the right decision because it was just wall to wall traffic, and no one was going anywhere, and people were laying on their horns. They were cursing. Like, you could just feel the panic in the air. There were emergencies, like helicopters zooming past, there were like cop cars trying to get through, like fire trucks trying to get through. It honestly, I am not being dramatic when I say it felt like apocalypse level shit. And in the 10 minutes from when I went outside to like look at, like see what was happening to Will, we got to get the hell out of here. The fires had worsened. And so everywhere it was just really, it was smoky. Just ash was already falling. It was amazing how fast it happened. So we just started walking south, and walking south, and as we got further away, we could look up and see the hills just on fire. Here, I can show you. This is from yesterday.
Is there a website that you could give me now? We have Margaret Stewart from LA Fire on the phone with us again. And I say again because you were so gracious to talk to us last evening, Ms. Stewart. Can you give us the latest information on what we are witnessing right now near Runyon Canyon?
Yes, we have a very dangerous and explosive fire in the Runyon Canyon, and we cannot emphasize enough, we need people to adhere to our immediate mandatory evacuation, and I will describe the box for you.
It's seriously, when we were talking to Hassan about it, he's like, we were watching it on the news, and he's like, and it started as just this small thing, and then suddenly it was like almost 50 acres. And the other thing is that in the time frame from when my one friend texted was like, we're evacuating because we see flames, to us getting out of there, I had so many texts and calls because it was obviously on the news that the Hollywood Hills were on fire. Because the thing is that it kind of is one of those things where people were like, okay, fires happen, but they don't get to the city, right? They happen in these areas that are more fire prone, but they tend to stay in the hills. And this felt like it was truly descending on West Hollywood and Hollywood. And if that had happened, like I think the fear, which is already high enough, and the anxiety, which is already high enough, and the trauma, which is already high enough, would have just been over. Like, it would have just been totally over. If the flames had made it into the residential areas of Hollywood and West Hollywood, it would have been, devastating, mass hysteria, total chaos.
Right to the east is the 101.
Here's a time lapse.
North
oh yeah,
to Mulholland,
look at this.
West to Laurel Canyon, south to Hollywood Boulevard. So that's the current mandatory evacuation zone. And if you go to lafd.org/news, you can click on the Sunset Fire link, and you'll be able to see the map. And to the west, so the evacuation zone will be in red, In yellow is the evacuation warning, and that goes slightly further south, I believe to Sunset, and it goes west and slightly north, primarily westerly direction, for quite a ways out towards Franklin Canyon. And so while we want immediate evacuation in the box I described, we also are asking people to evacuate early in the warning zone because this has the potential to move quickly.
Yeah, and the winds are all blowing towards us, and you could see the fire moving, like spreading so rapidly on the hillside, and like it almost got to the first line of apartment buildings, like houses and apartment buildings that are backed up right against the hills. And luckily the firefighters were able to contain the blaze, so it didn't reach, as far as I know, no residential building burned. No one's home burned down because they were able to contain it in time. And then the helicopters came in and really, really efficiently dropped water on the flames. And yeah, I mean, honestly, firefighters the real MVP. And we'll talk we'll talk about how a lot of firefighters are incarcerated, and you know what that means, and et cetera, but I hate the narrative that this is happening because of incompetent DEI firefighters, like they're doing. No, it's I know. Like this is what I mean by the narratives that are coming out about these devastating fires, right? Are so fresh. Like the thing is, okay, even if you're not directly affected by this, it is awful. It is awful to hear people saying that shit. But like, then you're actually affected by it, and you cannot believe the fucking gall of people and the online lack of empathy when the most destructive firestorms in history are occurring, and you have like insane takes. And like I said, it's not just people on the right? People on the right are saying like, oh, DEI, okay, woke California, DEI, haha, that's what liberals get, you know, like you want me to feel bad that these are rich libs. But then you also have people on the left who are echoing some of that in their like saying that everybody is, you know, that these are all celebrities, like, oh, Palisades, these are rich people areas. And so, you know, I don't have to feel bad at all. This is called eating the rich. No, that's not what this is, okay? This is not eating the rich. And frankly, I think you should stop if you find yourself on the same side as, you know, I think you should stop if you find yourself on the same side as people who are part of, you know, political ilk where they cheer on people losing everything that they have because they live in a blue city. Like, do people think neighborhoods are that segregated, especially with how massive of areas it's affecting? Yes, exactly. Yeah, if you find yourself on the same side as the fire, yes. I usually watch Asmongold to get a decent idea of what normie conservatives think, but holy, he and his chat were judging people for evacuating too late when y'all had like 10 minutes of notice for a raging, speedy fire spreading at a rapid rate. It was infuriating. I had to tune out. Yeah, I would love for those people to be in this situation and then talk about it. Judging people for evacuating too late. Let me tell you right now, anybody who's got that fucking attitude, let me just tell you, okay? What happens is you get a warning, and then sometimes it is like 2 minutes later. if that you are told evacuate now, evacuate now, evacuate now. You have no fucking idea how these wildfires work. You have no idea what it is like to try and evacuate. You think that you're given an evacuation notice and then you have like all day to evacuate? No. I decided to start evacuating before we even got the warning, before we got the evacuation warning, let alone the official notice. And it happened like this. And the only reason I knew is because a friend of mine said that she was evacuating because they saw flames in the hills and they had not gotten an evacuation notice yet. You have no idea how this works. You're fucking dumbass. Seriously, I know that you want to appear like people who are saying this want to appear intellectually superior. I don't know what it is when it comes to disasters that there are just people who are like, actually, I know everything. Actually, I know everything. And, no, you don't. No, you don't. You simply do not. And I would hope that you're a person who is at least capable of being like, you know what? I'm not in this situation and I've never experienced this before, but I'm going to hold my fucking tongue. But no, that's too much to ask for. That is too much to ask for. I was near both the campfire and the Paradise Fire. That shit is extremely scary. Even my smaller town was gridlocked within minutes. There's no way to know except to check the website every 30 seconds. Yes. Right. And you think that people haven't been paying attention? Like, you know, with the fires in other parts of Los Angeles, people have been watching the news. They've been paying attention. Do you know how many people live in LA? Do you think that everybody can just like evacuate if there's not a warning or a notice? Like that's just a thing that that like millions of people in Los Angeles should be doing for the last time. I need people to understand. I need people to understand that you get a warning, okay? You get a warning, like not always, but it goes warning and then get the fuck out now. Like warning and then the official evacuation now. Like go. And you have minutes. You have minutes. And that's why people have been sharing information that's like, hey, make sure you're prepared. Make sure you're prepared because this happens so fast. Because fire moves so quickly. And they're like, make sure you know where your essentials are. And it is kind of unfortunately, people who are in these areas that are completely burnt down because they got hit first, they are the ones who we learn these lessons from, right? Like there are people who didn't have time to escape with anything but themselves. Like people who they didn't even have time to grab their passports, right? So for the rest of us, it's like, okay, we're learning from seeing this. It's a horrible way to learn, but even still, it's not, you hardly have any time. It's hard to evacuate because the fires are starting in different places. Even if you left super early, you wouldn't necessarily know where to go. Right. Exactly. Exactly. When my sister lost her house, the first warning she got was level 3. 15 minutes later, she was driving out as the fire came over the ridge above her house. Yeah. Yeah. And they don't necessarily want you to leave during a warning because then you cause more traffic for people who have to leave now. Right. The warning does not mean everybody leave right now. It's be prepared. Right? The warning is supposed to prepare you. And that's why everybody in Los Angeles freaked out. Everyone in Los Angeles freaked out when we all got this warning like an hour ago that was sent in error. Salty, thank you for the 5 months. Gear user, thank you. XGU Awesomer, Crimson, I'm Hem, Leah, Electric Snow. Thank you, everyone. A disaster this large couldn't ever be caused by simple institutional incompetence. There's so much more that goes into something like this, like cough, cough, climate change. Yeah, there's a ton of factors. There's a ton of factors that are contributing to the destructiveness of these of these fires. But to sum it up, California is a state that is Southern California is very dry. Los Angeles is very dry. We haven't gotten any rain. We've gotten 0.1 inches of rain since May. 2 years ago, we were in a 10-year drought. It is getting drier, it is getting hotter, and it creates the conditions for these raging wildfires. When the humidity has been sucked out, when you have really, really dry vegetation, and it's been compounded by the Santa Ana winds, which are these dry winds that come from the west. And they have been, it's actually, it's not just like the fires, like the winds have been so strong that they have knocked over they've knocked over telephone lines. This is obviously not the biggest deal, but all of my vegetation, like I spent 3 years, I have this really ugly wall in my backyard, and I have spent 3 years growing these vines with flowers to try to cover up the wall, and the winds are so strong it destroyed all of it. Like it's all barren. We have this tree, all like I'm just trying to tell you how strong these winds are. Ripped all of the leaves off of it. 2 years ago, that's what ripped the tree out of our backyard and destroyed our fence. So it's not just these fires that have spread because of the winds. It's also, the winds themselves causing damage by ripping up telephone lines, and the danger with that, and just they're very powerful. They're like they're like 100 miles per hour. I think that was the maximum. I'm in a whole other continent, but I'm so confused. Like, if you don't have any friends, family outside of evac zones, like, where the fuck do you go? A park? Well, you can try and rent a hotel if you can. Some people will just drive, like if they can't get a hotel, if they can't afford it. Shelters, like there are businesses. So there are shelters, but then there are also businesses that have opened up their doors. So there are like restaurants and stuff that have opened up their doors to people who need to shelter. I think Airbnb is offering, like, they're doing something right now, but yeah, that's that. So shelters, other businesses that will house you, hotels, some people just driving, literally just driving. I know you and Will were in the process of looking at another place. Has this fire only accelerated it? I don't think it's accelerated it because it really is everywhere. This is so much of Los Angeles that has been threatened and affected by the fires.
As you were
AB from H3 slept in a car parking area with his girlfriend, live streamed the entire thing. I just have to say something. I don't comment on Ethan, okay? But I saw his post where there were fires that were close by his house, and he mentioned, like, he was still thinking of Hassan. And it honestly made me sad. Like, I'm not trying to do the whole, okay, as somebody who has now had to evacuate, like I'm not trying to like, I don't want to center myself in everything that's happened because there are people who've experienced worse. But truly, as someone who has seen smoke and flames practically in my backyard, the idea of thinking about somebody, the idea of thinking about anything other than a plan of safety is not fathomable. And I will just say that I think that post there, I think this, Hassan, outside our window, it's close, but we're safe for now. The wind is blowing away from us. Hassan for sure hoping the fire takes out my computer. Truly, it is sad. Like, it is sad to be in such a state that is what you're thinking about as the fucking city that you live in is burning. Like, even before we had to evacuate last night, all I have been thinking about are the fires because they are surrounding us. Even if you are not in an area that is on fire right now, they're all around us. Like, this is our city. These are our fellow Angelinos. And it is something where it's like the only thing that anybody's talking about who lives here. Not even just who lives here. Like, people all over the country are talking about these fires because they are the most destructive fucking fires in the history of California. Like, this is so they're so they're so bad. The situation is so scary. It is so terrifying. Everybody in Los Angeles is anxious and scared and traumatized. And that's why when people got that alert, it was like, my friends were like, oh my God, I cannot do this. I can't keep, I'm in such a state. I'm in such a state. So many of us know people who have lost their houses. Like, I know at least 10 people now, like either through somebody or who I know, who have lost everything. Like, this is not something where we have no connections. We have no connections to people who are, the thousands of people who have lost everything in these fires. Please be careful. I may start talking about you. I don't even care because this is me being like, dude, as just from an outside perspective and somebody who's living in this city and who had to evacuate because of these like, please, this is not healthy. Like, this is not, you're just trying to put things in perspective. Yeah. And I have not commented thus far, but I think that this is really, it's gotten to a point where your city is burning. You can see fires in that is this light here. Those are fires in the distance. Like, the people around you are terrified. They're terrified. And you're thinking about Hassan, man. It is not healthy behavior at all. And also, like, you should stop doing that, because if that's what's on your mind and you are forced to evacuate, like, you need to be focused on the situation at hand. Yeah. I am baffled. I'm truly baffled. And it is sad. Yeah, it is sad that you have a family and this is what you're thinking about right now. Skyroll, thank you. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate you. Appreciate Jen. Thank you for the 12 months. Blown, thank you. Indeby, thank you. Salty Dog, thank you. That was all I was going to say on that. Okay. Lots of stuff to cover here. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, let's watch.
From Los Angeles, it happened in Fort McMurray.
Let's watch the channel 4.
It is genuinely difficult to assimilate.
Look at this. Look at this. It is just all gone. It is all gone. It is all gone. Are you able to link the time lapse from earlier? Here you go. Despite it all, we're glad you're safe. Yeah, I appreciate everybody caring. And I know a lot of you. I know that some of you. Farley's barking at something. I know that some of you also live in LA, so I'm extending the well wishes to you as well, and please be as prepared as possible, because it does happen so quickly, and these fires are popping up in a bunch of different areas.
To take in the
And also the winds are supposed to be picking back up. The winds are expected to strengthen again throughout the night. And so there is more fire. There's, potentially more fire danger with these winds.
sheer scale of it all at dawn this morning. Landscape to ashscape, where the affluent idyll of Pacific Palisades used to be. But it all begins last night.
Multiple wildfires raging out of control tonight, fueled by hurricane-force winds. The fire in the Pacific Palisades, now the most destructive in the city's history.
The power has been cut off, but the night is still bright on the drought-stricken tinder-dry hills around Los Angeles. The people have gone. Mandatory evacuation.
It's like Armageddon. When you can see the flames coming up over the houses and you're just getting out of the driveway and the smoke and the ash is so thick, I'm surprised all of us got out of there without burning up ourselves.
The luxurious coastal housing of Pacific Palisades burned through the night.
We have a line of fire along the Santa Monica Mountains.
Dan, you've seen a few fires. Ever seen anything on this scale in LA?
The containment of the Palisades and Eaton fires were, I believe, are at 0% contained still.
This is the worst one for me. Worst one I've ever seen.
No question.
No question.
The mailbox survives beyond the address it served. A random child's toy abandoned, apparently in the rush to leave. And along the street, what seemed to be an attempt to stash household goods into a car, anywhere to escape the flames, and then abandoned. An army of fire crews has been here for 3 days and nights now. The prime objective is to save lives first, get the people out. Their properties come very much second.
We want to make sure that everyone gets out of harm's way, and that has been our top priority. So far, we have been successful in that. Then we can begin taking care of property and houses.
Over 1,000.
This is a video of a woman losing her house. She said her husband just had his 4th cancer surgery. It could be useful for people to watch to dismantle the notion that everyone is rich in LA. Yeah, there's there's lots of videos like this. Anon, thank you for the 10. Appreciate ya.
This is my house. This one right here. We moved in 26 years ago. And we did the floors, and we put in windows and doors and painted and just put, my grandchildren loved it. My son and my daughter-in-law, my family, we hosted Christmas Eve and Christmas Day here, and everybody was here. My little house that I loved. My husband just has 4th cancer surgery. I poured everything into it. My nephew.
I'm so sorry.
I know.
I really am. I don't even know what to say.
That's okay. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just. We haven't been sleeping. We haven't slept. We're staying at a hotel. We have nowhere to go. We don't know what we're doing. We were close neighbors. Buzz and Todd. His mom passed away.
Yeah, also just a reminder that even rich people have lost their house insurance. So the insurance industry, which is majorly pulling out of states like Florida and California because of the worsening of these disasters, it also affects people who are upper class. Like, they also do not have insurance on their homes because so many insurance companies have left the state. Like, there are a lot of people who were dropped from their insurance policies mere days before the fires struck in Palisades because the insurance companies saw the incoming Santa Ana winds and were like, you know what? We're not going to risk that something's going to happen here. So we're going to drop these people. But this has been happening for quite some time now. Like, there are total areas of California where people cannot get house insurance. They cannot get home insurance. And if you cannot get home insurance, you cannot get a mortgage, right? If you cannot get a mortgage, you can't buy a house to begin with, or you can't rebuild. Insurance companies like, oh no, we're gonna have to put our money where our mouth is soon. Yeah, I mean, this has been this is something that we've been talking about a lot in recent months because of the hurricanes in places like Florida and fires in states like California. Can confirm I have a house in rural CA. We bought a bulldozer to cut our own fire line because insurance isn't possible, and California Fair Plan is more than a mortgage. Yeah. Yes, the insurance plan in California, which is called Fair Plan, which is available for people who cannot get insurance elsewhere, it is extremely expensive, and it provides like pretty little coverage. So that is it's supposed to be a last option that a lot of people have had to turn to now because they can't get insurance on the private marketplace, and it is outrageously expensive, and it hardly provides any coverage. I feel like what people on the outside / on Twitter should do is realize that if even the rich and powerful are suffering in some way, that means all the rest of the people are doing much worse. So we need to organize in helping them rather than trying to gloat that it's the time to organize for people, not necessarily against. Right. I mean, I know I keep mentioning Blake Lively, but it's the same thing where if this is what happens to even, rich celebrities like a Blake Lively, you have to understand how much worse it is for the majority of people who don't have the resources that Blake Lively has. I think those of us on the left should be talking about nationalized insurance companies now that the private insurance industry is failing. The reason why the state plan sucks is because that's what the corrupt insurance industry wants. Yes. And the state plan has become the only option for more and more people as private insurance companies are leaving states or are choosing to not provide coverage.
And they took over the house. John just lost his wife that he adored, but was taking care of that house. She was a Superior Court judge, and Beverly and John, so much love. She was so incredible, and the house is gone.
I just can't believe they're all gone. Like
they're all gone. See, Debbie and us and Tina, our children went to school together from kindergarten. Our kids are in their 47 years old, and Debbie's 47-year-old son tragically passed away last August. Her oldest child. Her grief is so deep, I can't imagine.
So there's, that video that's making the rounds, and then
right now you don't even.
Hey Caroline, I went through a fire in Texas in 2011, lost half my family's ranch. It was such a sad loss. We lost what we were known for in our town. The worst is what people become once you evacuate. They steal. Yeah, it is absolutely unfortunate that there are people who are looting these homes. I do hesitate though so that gets a lot of attention in the media, right? So it's like the looters are such a this isn't about this, chatters, because that sucks. Like, that sucks that they got stuff stolen after they went through that. But when the media focuses on looters who are going through these neighborhoods right now, it is a distraction from the real issue, the more significant issues. Yeah, the real looters are the insurance companies, right? It's like, you want to talk about looting, talk about the insurance company that dropped this woman's insurance.
Yeah,
policy.
you don't even know where to start, because number one, we felt this because we left. But at the end of the day, we didn't think that this is all we would have. After it was all over, it's just what we have on. This is all we got until we get to some type of store and get something, It's crazy.
It's definitely devastating. My daughter's in Arizona, so she's calling home crying. We left home with what we had on our back. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to work tomorrow. No, I'm not. So definitely our prayers are with Altadena. We lost our home. Our whole entire block is gone. My grandmother probably lost her home. My in-laws have definitely lost their home. My father potentially lost his home. It's post-apocalyptic up there. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
It's bad. And it's still burning. That's the thing. Yeah. And it's still burning.
Jamaica, you went back up there at some point. The video that some of our viewers have been seeing on screen, is that your neighborhood? And what are we seeing in that? That's last night, right?
Yeah, that was this morning at 8:07. That's my husband's car in front. That's our house, Teresa's house, the neighbor's house, just south of ours. And
people are seeing how. Oh, sorry. This was the interview I meant to play. People are seeing how even fairly rich can be closer to homelessness in the billionaire class, so all the more reason to emphasize and bring people the leftist perspective in this moment. Yeah, it's also just like, are we directing our anger at just wealthy people in general? Or, are we directing our anger at the entities who have exacerbated climate change and who are refusing to pass actual aggressive policies to combat that change, Yeah, I know. It is being kind to people, being ruthless to systems. Why don't I honestly think it's just the mere fact that it's people in Los Angeles who have homes that's causing this misdirection, that's causing this lack of empathy. It's like, oh, you live in Los Angeles, an expensive city, and you have a home. Like, I need you to understand the makeup of Los Angeles, and I need you to understand the makeup of these communities like in Altadena, okay? These are not multi-million dollar homes. A lot of these homes have been in families for generations, okay? And because of the property tax laws in the state of California, they pass these homes down. Like my grandma has a home in the valley, and we are keeping that home in the family. One, because it was my grandmother's home, and two, because of the property taxes. Where as soon as that home sells, then the property taxes are going to shoot the hell up. So a lot of these homes are generational, and they are not these, they're not Jeff Bezos $100 million mansions.
75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. They've lived in this house.
Yeah, they have no fire insurance.
What for me to understand? Right. You understand?
Yeah, this is unfortunately like so many people's reality. Companies started pulling back from the state as earlier fires made it harder to turn a profit. Right? So there's a lot going on here. But in addition to what I was saying earlier, where losing your home, losing all your memories, losing all of your things, that is no small deal, okay? And yes, your life is what is ultimately the most important thing, but that is it can't be understated what a great loss that is. And then for a lot of people who are facing this reality of there is going to be no reimbursement, there is going to be no rebuilding, the financial costs that they will be burdened with. We don't even yet know how great it is. It's too soon to know the financial costs of the wildfires burning around LA, but the toll on California's troubled insurance market could be enormous. The fires struck just as California officials have been working to stop insurance companies from fleeing their state. That exodus, driven by rising losses from wildfires that have grown larger and more frequent, could accelerate because of this week's fires. The California insurance market has been balanced on a knife edge. As homeowners begin filing claims, insurers that cover large numbers of dwellings in Southern California could see a drain on their financial reserves, forcing them to drop customers, be punished by investors, or exit the state. If insurers keep leaving California, it would drive up insurance rates that are already elevated and make coverage harder to find. Many homes are insured through a state-backed plan called the California Fair Plan, designed to be a last resort for homeowners who cannot find insurance coverage on the private market. Florida has a similar situation. They have a state-backed insurance plan, but it was also supposed to be a last resort, and now it is what, a majority of people are finding themselves having to be insured through. The plans are more expensive and provide less coverage than commercial versions. The number of homes in the zip code affected by the Palisades fire that are enrolled in the FAIR plan almost doubled between 2023 and 2024. So just 1 year, the number of homes who are on the shitty state insurance plan doubled. If the FAIR plan doesn't have enough money to pay all the claims it faces, it collects funds from insurance companies operating in California that would further strain the financial health of those insureds, adding to the pressure to pull back from the market. The potential consequences are huge. Without insurance, banks won't issue a mortgage. Without a mortgage, most people can't buy a home. Fewer buyers means falling home prices, threatening the tax base of fire-prone communities. It's a scenario that could come to define California as rising temperatures and drier conditions caused by climate change intensify the risk of wildfires. What happens if an insurer goes bankrupt? Are those people with outstanding claims screwed? Yes.
Buildings destroyed in this small coastal community alone.
Much of this street's already been destroyed by the fire or is being destroyed right now. But what's happening here is that the fire crews are trying to protect an undamaged building next door. It's quite arbitrary. Some houses are untouched. Across the other side of the street here, this house has already
grab
gone.
some water. Hold
the
on.
house next door untouched. And they may do the same to try and save that property. But it's far and few the number of properties and houses where they've got the resources and the people to do that.
For some days, nature has had the upper hand here. Europe has her Mistral and Sirocco seasonal winds. Los Angeles, the Santa Ana. Flames spreading with gales gusting close to hurricane force in recent days, leaving a cruelly arbitrary, random pattern of destruction as the wind changes direction constantly. One family home completely intact, next door an inferno.
People expect a fire to just come like a wall through a town and destroy everything in its path. This isn't like this. It's quite arbitrary, you know?
It's quite a bit more chaotic. It's extremely difficult to predict. It's extremely difficult to contain. The fact is that we're always one step behind these extreme weather events.
Sunrise in this charred place where Pacific Palisades used to be. The irony of fire disaster. Chimneys and fireplaces about the only structures left standing. And it is block after block after block. In a place where 30,000 once lived, the cliche of Southern Californian beach affluent. Ground level, the sound of running water in a drought-parched landscape is from burst pipes.
That's pretty much like a hurricane, except instead of rain, we had fire.
Ever experienced anything like that?
Not to this magnitude, and I think this would be, a lot would say that this would probably be the biggest and worst brush fire we've had in LA.
Dave Walters fought flames here for 3 days, but in the end could save only one house in this entire street. And what's becoming a familiar lament here from firefighters, the water in the hydrants just wasn't sufficient.
The only reason why we were able to save the only home on this street was because they had a pool, and we took that water pretty instantly.
The Corpus Christi Church burned out to its skeleton frame.
Leave the politicians to one side. Here in California, on one thing, meteorologists, academics, police and fire department are unanimous. It is the climate crisis which has made this disaster so much worse. Specifically, the drought, the high summer temperatures and the failure of the autumn rains in November. That meant that when the winter winds, the Santa Ana winds came, they should have been blowing over damp ground. They were blowing over absolutely parched terrain, and this is the result.
Mercifully, the Santa Ana winds will moderate today, and that gives firefighters a chance, a window, with reinforcements coming in statewide and from Oregon and Arizona. But then the winds will strengthen. Some smaller...
I cannot... I'm just thinking about Joe Biden when his response was... Because I think his son has a home in Los Angeles, and he was like, oh yeah, it's terrible, you know, they had to leave. But in other news, I'm finally a great-grandfather. Like, seriously? The way that Gavin Newsom, like, all these politicians are using... It is astonishing how they managed to continuously make a disaster about themselves. Like, I can't get over it. You know, it's not something that is shocking because politicians don't do that normally. Like, they do that all the time. Like, a lot of times it's not genuine care. It's not genuine care. It's how do I turn this situation into one that makes me look good? Like, how do I make this about me? But it is just so tone deaf. The good news is I'm a great grandfather. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay. That actually, you know what that reminds us? It reminds us of how old you are. It reminds us of how motherfucking old you are. That you never should have been in office in the first place, you old, decrepit man who is talking about how you're a great grandfather as, you know, thousands of people have had to evacuate, have lost homes, have lost businesses, as, you know, people have died. Like, people are dead. But yay. Great. I'm so happy that you have a great grandchild. Sir?
Fires are now under control, but in tinder dry drought terrain, the potential for new ignition anywhere, anytime is real until the rains finally come to this place.
Alex Thompson on the scene in Palisades. Well, a little before we came on air, I spoke to Malibu resident John Turteltaub. He's also a film director, and his credits include Cool Runnings, National Treasure, and The Meg. We reached him on a video call from outside his house, where almost all the surrounding houses had already burnt down. Asked him what was exactly happening at the time.
Well, right now, basically, I'm on Malibu Beach. I'm going to show you, if I can, the street where I live. These are basically the only 4 houses that have not burned on Malibu Beach, and that's not an exaggeration.
360.
Here's the most LA thing I can say, but every house in Malibu...
This is not AI 4K 1080p.
From here to Nobu is burned.
Nobu the restaurant?
Yes, they managed, in Malibu style, we managed to save Nobu.
And what about your house? Is your house still standing, or has that been reduced?
Climate change is one of those things where left has a big opportunity to do things like nationalize insurance and point out how much the Dems suck, because slowly but surely, basically everyone will be impacted by it, right? It's like, you know, this is one of those moments where let this radicalize you, right? Let this radicalize you against the insurance companies. Let this radicalize you against all those who have profited from the worsening of our climate that is contributing to these disasters, that is worsening these disasters. And don't be distracted. Don't be distracted by what they want you to focus on instead. You know? You know who had a good piece? Let me see if I can find it. I can't remember. I don't know. I've looked at so much stuff.
To ashes.
The house is still standing, thanks to neighbors working literally 36 straight hours, and we're not out of the woods yet. All these houses, as you can.
Let's watch.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
Don't they force prison labor to do firefighting in California? Yeah, we're gonna cover all that.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to the wildfires scorching communities across Los Angeles in one of the city's most destructive firestorms in history. Over 100,000 people have been evacuated, more than 2,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, and at least 5 people are dead, a toll that's expected to rise. One of 5 fires now burning started Tuesday in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, which has now burned some 17,000 acres. The Eaton fire burned more than 10,000 acres. Fires also prompted evacuations in the Hollywood Hills and Studio City. On Wednesday, President Biden pledged assistance from the Department of Defense. This comes as Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass and City Council are facing new scrutiny for cutting the fire department's funding by around 2%.
Yeah, you know, I just keep thinking about how politicians will say, you know, we don't have money for this, right? We can't afford the New Deal, okay? We can't afford the Green New Deal. We can't afford this money for emergency services, right? Like a big part of the Green New Deal was federal funding for firefighter services, and specifically for emergency response services like that is needed currently in Los Angeles. And they always say, like, we can't afford it. And it's like, really? Can we not afford that? Or can we not afford the crisis that is worsening because of our warming climate? Like, what is it? What really is it that we can't afford? I mean, right now, the costs from the damage is upwards 50 million and counting. Like, we still don't know how much this is going to cost. And, yeah, I mean, of course we can, we can talk about how there's always plenty of money for the cops. In fact, funds will be allocated more funds for the cops, whereas the fire services in California are slashed. But it's a problem not just in the state but also federally, and we're always told like we can't afford that, right? We can't pay for Medicare for all. We can't have Medicare for all. Well, we already pay more per capita on insurance costs than any other nation, because so much of that goes to like administration. So much of it goes to the cost of, to the business costs of denying claims, of like the administrative costs of healthcare. Did I say million? I meant billion. I meant billion. 50 billion. Sorry. 50 billion. 50 billion.
While increasing the police department budget nearly...
Yeah, the cost is going to be tenfold than what it would have been to rebuild our infrastructure to be more resilient and also to fund social programs, emergency programs. Right. Yes.
400 incarcerated firefighters are among those deployed to battle the fires. Democracy Now! Reached former incarcerated firefighter Amika Mota with the Sister Warriors Freedom Coalition.
And many of these people are going home tonight to cells, to fire camps. Also in Malibu, we have a fire camp there that is under threat. We're really concerned about the folks there. We also know that there's a youth fire camp in Malibu. So we have a lot of young people facing some pretty terrible conditions. I can also say that we're really concerned. Karen Bass has ordered an evacuation within a mile of the juvenile hall in Sylmar, where we have 100 incarcerated young people. So we're also really thinking about, our currently incarcerated folks that are really vulnerable to these conditions.
To see our interview with incarcerated firefighters, you can go to democracynow.org.
Is it looking like y'all are going to have to evacuate again for the night? I don't think that there will be an evacuation order. The worry right now is the smoke, is the ash and smoke that's in the air, and the winds are expected to pick up again, which just blows all of that from these areas where there's massive burning, right? Because there's still these massive fires that have not been contained at all. And it's why so much of Los Angeles is experiencing dangerous levels of pollution in the air.
But right now,
oopsie.
Now, for more on the unprecedented fires and the role of climate change, we're joined by two guests. In Dana Point, California, about 50 miles south of L.A., John Valiant is an award-winning journalist, author of several books, including Fire Weather on the Front Lines of a Burning World, finalist for both the Pulitzer Prize and National Book Award. And in Pasadena, we're joined by Sonali Kohatkar, who evacuated with her family, her kids, and her parents from the fires. Award-winning journalist, author, and host of the radio and TV show Rising Up with Sonali. Her forthcoming book, talking about abolition of police.
Just to give you some numbers, there are currently 5 who have died due to the fires. 150,000 people who have been evacuated. Thousands and thousands of structures that have been burned down. Yeah, there were wildfires in Canada last summer that blew smoke down the East Coast. We had insane air pollution in Philly from it. Oh, yeah, I remember all those pictures.
Free world as possible. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Sonali, Please describe what you have gone through with your family and how you escaped the fires.
Thank you so much, Amy. It's, you know, you don't expect that you're going to be in the middle of a disaster that captures international attention. And in my sleepy town of North Pasadena, I'm just 2 blocks from Altadena, that's precisely what has happened. We heard the winds rattling in the middle of the night, more ferocious than they'd ever been. We knew that we hadn't had rain in hundreds of days. And, you know, we have our neighborhood chat group and people started talking about whether they should up and leave. I have 2 elderly disabled parents. And I decided that I would evacuate them before the official evacuation notice came. And already the hotels were filling up on Monday night. You know, we luckily had power, but many of our neighbors didn't. And we've been holed up at this hotel. All the hotels are packed. The convention center up the street is packed. It's just devastating. 1,100 businesses in Altadena. This community of incredible people has been utterly devastated. The speed, the ferocity with which these winds have blown the fires has been hard to imagine. I went back yesterday to get my father's medications because he's a diabetic and we couldn't find his meds at the pharmacies. And I just, you know, risked it, went home and grabbed the medication. The air was thick with smoke and ash raining down. And all I could think of was this house that I've lived in for more than half my life is still standing, but I don't know if it's going to be standing tomorrow or the day after. And, you know, my husband and I, Jim and I went back there and we thought, you know, should we hose it down, but then it'll take water from the firefighters. The air is so bad right now that I'm sitting in a hotel lobby miles away from the fires and the internal air is hard to breathe and I'm having to use a mask. It is just unbelievable. I feel like it is a nightmare. And I have more than 12 people in my 13 people and counting now in my network of friends who have just lost their homes. And I know many more have that I'm not even aware of. Absolutely lost their homes. I saw some of them on Saturday at my birthday party, and now their homes are gone. And I can't even picture that. And I don't know if I will have a home tomorrow or the day after because these winds are not over. They're dry.
Thank you.
They're
No, Rain.
rushing through
I'll take a look.
ferociously.
I have quite a few
firefighters
vids
are
too.
overstretched. There were fire trucks that were speeding past burning homes because they didn't have enough firefighters to stop and put out the fires there. And so some people are staying because they think that if they make a stand, they can, you know, save their homes. They're risking their lives. And it's a tempting prospect because your whole life is in your home. What do I do with my parents and my kids if I don't have a home to go back to tomorrow or the day after? I don't know. It's just, it's mind blowing. It's devastating. And no one's talking about climate change in the media. No one's talking about it. And it's just, you know, it's frustrating. So just if you believe in a God, pray for us.
I saw I saw such a frustrating tweet. I mean, the Pod Johns have been doing that thing where any attacks on Democrats, that's when they rise up and feel like they have to do their duty of always protecting Democrats. But Jon Favreau had tweeted out, here's a test for you. If you were like, if you were on the street and someone had just lost their home, would you go up to them and start screaming about forest management and water policy? And it's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What a ridiculous hypothetical to begin with, because Twitter, no, is not the same thing as real life, you dumb fucking piece of shit. No one is going to walk up to somebody who, you know, ostensibly, if you're in a neighborhood where someone's house is just burned down, your house is probably burned down too, okay? Everything is probably on fire. But like right now, because liberals in the state of, you know, who run the state of California, and sorry guys, but mismanaged funds, like taking valuable, like needed funds away from fire departments, not taking climate change seriously, that's bipartisan, okay? It's not just Republicans. I'm sorry to liberals who want to act as if Republicans are the sole big bads here when it comes to not taking climate change seriously when it comes, it's not even not taking it seriously. It's just like intentionally brushing it off because you don't want to affect your own green. Okay. And it's like, you know what it is too? It's when a mass shooting happens and you're not supposed to talk about gun control, right? Because, it's disrespectful. We just have to treat everything like it's an act of God and not consider the context to why these, why these tragedies, why these disasters happen with more frequency, that there are like absolutely steps to be taken to mitigating the loss of life and the damage. But no, I mean, sorry, yes, we live in California. It is a blue state. We have a blue governor. In Los Angeles, we have a blue mayor. It does not mean that they are immune from being called out for the roles that they have played in not mitigating these disasters. Anyway, I am so fucking over those like people like that. I'm so tired of it, and they're so condescending to people online. I've just seen them like I have seen so many takes. I've seen so many takes that make me want to just drive my head into the wall.
So, John Valiant, could you respond to these devastating accounts that Sonali has just given us of what's happening and what she herself and her family have experienced as they've had to flee, and talk about this issue, the issue of climate change? You've spoken about this concept of wildland-urban interface and why we all have to understand what that means.
Yeah, good morning, Nermeen, and Sonali, I'm really, really sorry to hear what you're going through. And this might be cold comfort, but I've spent the last 8 years studying fires like this and talking to people who've gone through what you're going through right now, many of whom lost their homes ultimately. We're in a situation now, we're realizing, or LA residents are waking up to the fact that the climate really owns our communities. It owns our landscape. And LA County, the most populous urban region in the country, is now literally at the mercy of fire. And it's at the mercy of climate. And as Sonali said, it's desperately dry there, and the winds are still blowing, and the winds control these fires. Despite the fact that California is famous for its devastating fires and has lost thousands and thousands of homes over the past 30 years to major fires just like these, it's still shocking when it happens to you. I think all of us, human beings, are defended against that possibility, even when it's happening all around us. And in this case, in other parts of California, now it's LA County's moment to experience this. And nothing really prepares you for the kind of psychic and physical assault of these kinds of fires.
Yeah.
And this notion of the wildland-urban interface, known to firefighters as the WUI, is that place where the wildland, the hills of the San Gabriel Mountains, San Fernando Valley, butt up against the built environment, the places where we live. And increasingly, very powerful fires are coming into cities, into urban spaces from these wild lands. And the interface is where they meet. And what is really alarming, and it's another thing people don't talk about, is what excellent fuel the modern house is. So these wildfires are raging through forest, which is natural. Fire is a normal part of the California landscape. But coming into these built environments, houses nowadays, the modern house has so many petroleum products in it, in terms of vinyl siding and Formica counters and polyurethane stuffing and the rubber tires and the gas tanks in the garage. There are all kinds of explosive petroleum products built into our lives that we don't even think about. Look at what your shoes are made out of. When they get hot enough, they are explosively flammable. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. And if you start looking around at your home, you'll realize that petroleum and its products are everywhere. And these are really, really flammable. And in the case of LA County right now, the other kind of sort of secret accelerant is humidity. And you're down close to 0% humidity, which is drier.
Yeah, just to put this in perspective, 10 of the largest California wildfires have occurred in the last 2 decades, and 5 of those have occurred in 2020 alone.
Than kindling, drier than a matchstick. And now you have entire communities that are this dry, so the fire has to do very little work to get going. And it's got these sometimes 50, 80 mile an hour winds fanning, not just fanning the flames, but really turning them into blow torches, blowing through these communities.
Like literally
it's
firestorms.
Devastating energy. Firefighters can't really fight it. And that's why you have such a low percentage of containment on these massive fires that have already done colossal damage.
And yet, John, you have the media, and I'm not just talking Fox, I'm talking about all the networks. They'll talk about the perfect storm that's going on now, the high winds, extremely dry weather, especially since October, but they won't talk about climate change. The weather centers should be renamed climate change centers, but this hesitance to link it to the rest of the world and to this global heating that's happening right now and what it would mean for policy as a new president comes in, whose main motto is drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, there's a real moral cowardice in evidence at the government level, at the media level. There is no doubt about the...
Has there been any identified cause of the fires? So they are, they haven't even really been able to investigate because the fires are they're just so huge and they have not been contained at all, but they are going to be looking into each of them. Hold on one second. Here's what we have. How did the LA fire start? Here's what we know so far. No cause has been identified yet for any of the big blazes, Palisades, Eaton, or Hearst. One major utility in the region's Southern California Edison is examining whether transmission lines near the origins of the Eaton and Hearst fires sparked either blaze. Los Angeles Fire Department arson investigators are examining the brushy hillside near Pacific Palisades where the fire started. Arson investigators, also called fire investigators, determine how and where fires ignited, whether by power lines, a tossed cigarette, or any of the other ways people or human infrastructure can cause fires, either on purpose or accidentally. It doesn't necessarily mean the fire involved criminal arson, but it could. The fires broke out amid a blustering siege of Santa Ana winds. The area was primed to burn after more than 8 months without any meaningful rain. Southern California Edison had cut power to some areas, but not others, as a fire prevention measure. So here's what we know is the potential causes. The Palisades fire, so this broke out about 10:30 a.m. Monday on a brushy hillside between a residential street and a ridgeline trail in Temescal Gateway Park with sweeping views of the San Gabriel Mountains and Santa Monica Bay. The 17,234-acre fire has destroyed, just to put that in perspective, that is like the size of Manhattan. At least 5,300 structures, killed 1 person. An official tally has not been completed. LA Water and Power Department manages electric service to the community. Many power lines and transmission lines are buried underground in the area. The Los Angeles Fire Department is leading the investigation in the Palisades fire. Rumors have spread about the fire's cause. One conspiracy that is proliferating online and that I have even seen people I know sharing it is the idea that these fires are happening in wealthy areas because people are trying to loot the homes. So this is what I mean by when the media focuses on like a handful of looters, it feeds into this conspiracy that these fires are the result of, of humans who are trying to rob houses. So, seriously, there are a lot of conspiracies that are proliferating online. One major one is that it is all being done in wealthy areas, which again, it's not all wealthy areas. It's not all wealthy areas. But it's being done to rob rich people. That it's like, it's only being done to rich people. It's Abs. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Dark and Stormy, Yankee Butthole, Chunk Yogurt, Falican, Immoral Unicorn, Bryce, Kwan. Thank you. Are you watching the virtual town hall? Is that happening right now? We're right now just talking about the potential causes, and I want to finish this. I want to finish the Democracy Now! OMG, Caroline, glad you, Will, and Farley are back safe. Was worried when his song came. Please stay safe. I'm sending prayers. Thank you. I appreciate you. The media and people are forgetting about... Yeah, of course. I mean, that's always what happens. Yeah, there's a reason, too, that Palisades is getting a lot more media attention, right? Eaton and... the Eaton fire and the Hearst fire, I think that's the other one. They are really, really bad too, especially Eaton, which is east of Altadena, but it's not getting as much attention, unfortunately, because, like I said, celebrities who live in an area like Palisades, that's what gets reported on. So it's not, the attitude isn't, oh, fuck them, fuck this movie star, I don't give a shit. It should be, hey, the coverage shouldn't be focusing on which celebrities have lost homes when most of the people who are being affected by these fires are not celebrities. The Eaton fires, where all 5 deaths have happened so far, I think there was one person died in the Palisades. All right. Okay. Hold on. Let's finish this. Map show how the Palisades fire in LA compare in size with New York and London. Yeah, like I said, it's very comparable to, it's like bigger even than Manhattan. Okay. In Thursday morning briefing, Chief Crowley didn't respond directly to questions about specific claims and said that the fire's cause was currently under investigation. So the Eaton fire ignited shortly after 6:15 p.m. Tuesday, just east of Altadena near Mount Wilson Toll Road, a historic roadway ascending Mount Wilson. At least 5 people were killed in the 10,600-acre fire. Between 4,000 and 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed, according to early estimates. High-voltage transmission lines managed by SCE crisscrossed the area, and company officials said they were investigating whether transmission lines caused the fire. While SCE had de-energized overhead power lines to the west of Eaton Canyon in advance of the risky fire weather, its high-voltage transmission lines to the east of the canyon remained energized. The Los Angeles County Fire Department is leading the investigation. The cause of the fire remains unknown. It continues to be under active investigation. And then the Hearst fire broke out about 10:30 p.m. Tuesday in a park near Sylmar, near Santa Clarita. Southern California Edison said the fire ignited near its transmission lines. While the reported ignition site is within the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power Service area, SCE has transmission facilities near the reported ignition site, and the company is currently conducting a review of the event. So it's quite possible that these fires are because of downed transmission lines, because the winds have been so powerful. Like, these winds are up to 100 miles per hour, so they very easily, and we've already seen footage of downed power lines and sparks flying because the power lines have been ripped out of the ground. Let me see the breaking. Kenneth fire in Los Angeles County being investigated as arson. 1 person in custody. All right. Well, we will keep updating there. Let me see if this
fire that we
town
had
hall
last
is
month, so it's looking really good
worth
with the progression.
checking
You're
out.
going to see that it holds there. Coming up in division uniform, that's another place that you saw activity up on that Payuma Ridge system.
I think this is
above
specifically
Montanito.
about
We saw some of that
Palisades.
heavier fuel in there burn off today. We did anticipate that, and we're trying to control that and as it comes down and looking for opportunities to put in some direct line in there to keep it to the smallest footprint. But again, like always, we're identifying secondary control lines to limit that fire progression, planning for the future. Coming on over to Division Victor, the action is over in the Fruinward area up at Topanga Canyon. We have a lot of resources in there, moving along the fire's edge, mopping up where we can, securing those edges, getting in there with those.
A small bit of good news to come out of today is Anita Bryant died. Yes, that is true. Anita Bryant, that homophobic piece of shit, is dead. She was not a good person. She was not a good person. She was an anti-gay rights crusader. She dedicated a lot of her life to ensuring that gay people don't have rights. Goodbye.
Structures, again, a priority that we have to try to limit the fire progression and any adverse fire effects to all the structures that we have in there. On the east side of Topanga Canyon, the fire is burning along the ridge system and backing down into a natural rock crop that they have there. We're keeping eyes on that. Again, utilizing aircraft in all these areas to limit that fire progression. And then coming around the northern and the top side of the Palisades, again, having that presence, getting around in the structures, mitigating any calls that they have in there and responding at a quick notice, always ready to respond, and keeping a robust use of resources in there to mitigate anything that we find.
All right, good evening. So another thing that we do when we have these large fires like this is get outside of the initial fire area. So a lot of what you hear have talked about is the fire activity, the firefight that's going on right on the fire's edge. In the situation we got here, we're also putting in what's called contingency lines. So we've got line construction going.
Club Chalamet is still promoting Complete Unknown even though her house burned down. This woman she doesn't stop. My God. Her house burned down and she's still promoting a Complete Unknown. I am just
going out a fair distance all the way around this. It's not all complete, but it's being built. Malibu Creek Park has been cut out. It's got line around it. And
you know what? That's the same energy as Hassan streaming through a disaster.
Going along some of the road systems up here, a mile or so off of the line, going across the top, and it's going to get completed up here.
I'm trying to see if the evac alert I just got. Wait, did you just get it now? Like
east
literally
of,
just now?
Sullivan Creek, Sullivan Canyon there. Probably within the next, I would say, 48 hours or so.
Because if you got the one that happened like an hour ago or so,
and be holding line that can be utilized in the event that something does come out of here on
I just got it 2 minutes ago.
Wind or
where do you live?
Good evening, Rich Thompson. I'm the incident meteorologist
I don't
for
know,
Palisades
that one might
incident.
be,
Palisades incident. The incident meteorologist is here on site. I provide all the weather support that the team needs to help manage the fire. That includes forecasts, briefings like this, interviews, things like that. So I'm here to provide any and all weather support that the team needs. Now, weather-wise for this fire, when the fire broke out, the area was under extremely strong sand and wind event and under extreme red flag conditions. And those red flag conditions have persisted up to this point, and they're going to continue through tonight and tomorrow morning. So we have red flag in effect for this area until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. So you're going to see tonight is kind of one last little uptick in those Santa Ana winds. You're going to have some pretty gusty north-northeast winds later tonight and during the morning tomorrow, probably gusting about anywhere from...
If you're getting timed out in chat, it's because you're not having chill conversations, okay? You're being probably obtuse or argumentative and you're disrupting, okay? So PSA, if you get timed out in chat, you're probably being annoying as fuck. You're not being a chill guy.
30 to 45 miles per hour. But then, fortunately, by tomorrow afternoon, those winds will start to diminish dramatically across fire, and actually we'll start getting a more weak kind of onshore sea breeze sort of wind across fire, which will help the efforts overall through the day tomorrow. Then going into the weekend, we still have going the rest of the day of Friday into Saturday, very quiet, very calm conditions, just typical winds, onshore sea breezes, things like that. But then unfortunately, beginning Sunday and continuing through most of next week, we have a return of the Santa Anas. Looks like an extended period of Santa Ana winds for next week. Generally the weak to moderate level, so probably some pretty gusty winds out there. But even a chance for some strong Santa Anas by the Tuesday of next week. So it's definitely something I'm watching on a daily basis here in the fire. But again, we're looking for a little respite on Friday and Saturday from the Santa Ana winds, but then they're going to pick up again Sunday through most of next week.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Campbell. I'm one of the fire behavior analysts for the incident. So our fire has grown and spread over the last couple of days quite well, and that's mostly because we've had some really favorable conditions. We've had really favorable conditions for fire growth. The obvious one here is the really strong winds that we've had. The Santa Ana wind event has really driven it from the north to the south, as well as the really dry air that's associated with that. So the relative humidities have made the air really dry. And that's in addition to our fuels. Then the fuels are also very receptive to burning right now because, well, we just haven't had any rain here all fall and into the winter. But by this time of the year, we should have had considerably more rain, and that would have encouraged the vegetation to start growing new vegetation and make it a lot less receptive to burning. So all of those conditions have made a ripe environment for fire spread, and that's what we've seen in the last couple of days. So tomorrow we will see, again, favorable conditions for fire growth and spread. It will continue to be windy and dry. The good news is that we will start to see a moderation of that fire growth and fire spread tomorrow. The extreme winds that we've seen will start to diminish, and we will start to see a change in the direction of those winds. So where we've seen from north to south, we're going to start to see more now a south to north. So the direction where we expect to see fire growth tomorrow are in those areas of the fire and the terrain that will favor the up canyon from south to north. So up here in Sullivan Canyon and Rustic
Do you know how to make the
Canyon,
Corsi Rosenthal?
Canyon,
I think I've had a couple
that
people suggest that in chat.
The winds, and so those will be the areas that the fire will really want to go, just like water would. Same thing for Topanga Canyon, and then over here in Montanito, it's possible that some of those winds could push up over the slope and really want to drive that fire down in that direction. And that's what we should expect for fire behavior tomorrow.
Hi, Caroline. Just want to say, hope you and Will are doing okay. Thank you for everything,
Next up,
even though
we're
it's
going
rough right now.
to
Thank
switch
you.
over to law enforcement operations with the Los Angeles Police Department.
You know, the other thing too is that when everyone's talking about the looters, then that's when the cops were like, see, yeah, we're justified in the budget that we have, and that's why we need to take funds from these other departments. We have the most important job here.
So today we have over 150 police officers deployed throughout the LA City area of operations on the Palisades fire. And the missions that our officers are assigned to are to conduct traffic control, crime suppression, and on order if they need to execute a hasty evacuation mission. Although we have responded to many calls for service within our area of operation, we only have one verified burglary report so far within the city of LA limit for the Palisades fire. So far we have made no arrests, and I can tell you that on behalf of Chief McDonald, we have taken the governor's offer and greatly appreciate his deployment of the California National Guard resources out here. And we are going to deploy them along traffic control points, which will free up additional police officers to conduct other law enforcement missions, such as crime suppression. We want to remind residents that this area covered in the evacuation order is still closed for all persons. The only time we are allowing people into the evacuation order area is to recover essential prescription medication. And to obtain that escort, obtain entry, you need to meet at one of those traffic control areas, and they will be escorted in by officers, given an appropriate amount of time, and escorted back outside of the evacuation area. Thank you.
And next up, we'll have the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Carr from Malibu Lost Hills Station. As of right now, we have over 100 deputies deployed into these fire areas in our jurisdiction. We are currently working right now with looter suppression, traffic control, and assisting with evacuations. As of right now, we've had only one report of looters arrested. 2 people were arrested for looting earlier today. As we go forward, we will be continuing with the assistance of again, traffic control, further evacuations if needed, and we will keep you informed. We just want to let you know to stay informed with official channels regarding evacuations, and if you are ordered to evacuate, please do so. But we are going to continue to partner with our other law enforcement personnel as well as our fire personnel to shepherd you through this crisis. Thank you.
And next up, we will have the Unified Palisade Incident Commanders.
Moviator, thank you for the prime. Peepo, thank you for the 17
Good evening.
months.
I'm Brian Martin. I'm the Deputy Unified IC for Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you can see, the size of the fire and the conditions that operations and the meteorologists and the fire behavior analysts went over, this fire continues to be a very challenging and difficult situation for us to handle.
I'm out of town in Nevada right now, helping my mom with some stuff I can't get back.
All up and down the state and even out of state.
I'm sorry. I know that that's a stressful feeling. It's a stressful feeling being like I'm not there and I feel like I have no control.
Some of the challenges that we face are the maintaining the evacuations of the areas. We'd like to thank you, the public, for evacuating early. And often, like when we told you to evacuate, it makes our job much more easy. Those of you that remain in the outer lying areas of the warning areas, maintain your vigilance and be ready, set, and go when we tell you to go. We've had a couple of new fires in the region, and I would say that everyone has been vigilant in following those orders, and we just ask you to maintain that. Also like to thank our partners, our local law enforcement partners that were just up here, Los Angeles City Fire Department, and especially CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for coming in to help us manage this incident. Everyone here has been great partners, and we look forward to continuing that communication out to the public. Thank you.
And next, we are going to read aloud some of the questions that we received. Oh, pause. We are going to go ahead and have the Los Angeles Fire Department Incident Commander in Unified speak to the incident. Yeah.
Thank you, Princess and Zup.
Good evening, Assistant Chief Joe Everett, Los Angeles City Fire Department. First, I'd like to give my heartfelt feelings towards the neighbors that we have in Los Angeles City for some of the devastating losses that have occurred, and also our neighbors in the Los Angeles Malibu area. I want you to know that we're going to be in this with you until the end. So the Los Angeles City Fire Department has been on scene mostly in the confines of the city of Los Angeles for going on well over 48 hours, and our people are out there working as hard as they can to try to mitigate what's been happening. We'll continue to be here throughout this event, and I just wanted to reach out, thank law enforcement, and also I want to thank the public that did participate in the evacuations and helped us get up there and do the best we can for the incident. Thank you.
Next up, we're going to read aloud the comments that have been placed in the chat, and we will get a couple of them answered. Any questions that are asked after the fact, or the questions that are answered by our operations chiefs, we will put them in a fact sheet and have them shared tomorrow on the LAFD and the LASD Facebook
maybe
page.
Don't read chat. I feel like.
Good evening again, Christian Litz Operations. I'll read a couple questions and go through them. And then hand it off. And my partner, the other operations, Landon Hack, will answer some more questions. First question, what is a structure? What we consider a structure is anything that is a building. And so when you talk about structures, it could be a single family dwelling, it could be a commercial building, it also could be an outhouse. So anything that is a building that we need to mitigate issues. So that's what a structure is. Why isn't preventative FOS check a thing? So when you use retardant or FOS check, there's a latency period. There's a period when it is moist, there is moisture in it that is most effective. Eventually that FOS check will dry out and the fire will still be able to burn through that and get going. So there has to be a good combination. When you look at the FOS check that's being put on the ground, we need to add the ground resources, have to go in and still cut away the fuel bed away from the burning fuel. So the FOS check helps the fire activity lower down, allows it, and gives us time to get those resources in, but one cannot operate without the other. So we always have to get the people on the ground to make sure that we lock in that edge. How are they able to suppress the fire or control it without water? Very good question.
I'm going to share
so when
a
you're
mutual
there
funds
is tactics that we can utilize
link
to do it without
here.
fire. However, the fire behavior does it. So if you look at any of our manuals, I'll just give you a little hint in the back door of firefighting. The only way that we can actually construct control line, which is using chainsaws, hand tools to cut the fuel away from the fire, we're only most effective when the flame lengths are about 4 feet tall. Because of the heat, because of the danger, it's unable to do it with the firefighters. So once these flames, with the erratic wind and the wind damaging winds that we had, you're having flame lengths 30, 40, 50 or more higher. We are unable to get in there without the water support. We did have water during this operation. We are limited. The fact is when we fight a normal structure fire, we flow about 1,000 gallons a minute fighting that normal structure fire. And that's a single structure fire with the multiple hand lines and maybe heavy streams that we use that flow more water. If you can imagine how many structures were burning plus perimeter, we just outpaced the amount of water that any major water source can supply. So we had to use alternate tactics, bring in water tenders that we ordered a whole bunch.
They're saying the Kenneth fire was
DWP did a great job bringing extra. So we're basically mobile hydrants to be able to fight the fire.
Hold on, I gotta go pee.
This question is, what are the biggest challenges that remain? To be honest, the biggest challenge that remains is when you have a fire of this size, it's always resource management. We are always limited on resources. You never have enough resources with one fire. Now, if you talk about the Eaton fire went off, which is another damaging fire that has grown in the time, then the Hearst fire, and then the Lydia fire in Acton came off, and then today, with the new fire, the Kenneth fire. So we're constantly competing with resources availability, constantly competing with the weather conditions that we've been having. Also, if you look at aircraft, which is a prime real estate, one thing that we do to help to manage those challenges is we are constantly talking with the other resources. We talk to Air Attack, which is a fixed wing running our air resources, and we are constantly shifting resources to other fires to help mitigate, try to keep fires as small as possible, and then bring them back here, again, to our priority areas within this fire. This question is, how concerning is the fire so close to Mulholland? So, being a firefighter for over 20 years, it is always concerning when we have fires next to structures. Everybody in this room is very concerned with any kind of life in structures because that is our priority number one. So I'll never downplay anything like that. We are doing hard work to contain, to keep the smallest footprint as possible. Full suppression fire, we like to say that, and then lock it. Remember, we plan to keep it small. We plan to keep it away from the structures. We put as much resources as we can in there, but we always prepare for events to change and for us to have to change directions. So we're very vigilant on that. And I'll hand it over to my partner, Landon.
Good evening, Landon Hack, Operations Section Chief. First question is, will volunteers be taken from fire departments around the U.S.? Resources are being ordered or requested from out of state. It would just kind of depend on the organizations within that state and how they staff that equipment and move them out of state. So there probably could be some volunteers in with that, but not, we can't say for sure how they're staffing that. So potentially, yes, some volunteers could be coming from other fire departments in the U.S.
Like, this is why we're talking about how the funds have been cut.
Aviation have,
how much the state of California uses prison labor.
Why have the National Guard Aviation
it has to have
not been activated?
It has to have other resources come in from out of the state.
So the state and CAL FIRE are currently in the process of activating the National Guard's units. I don't know specifically about that location, but that's all part of the activation plan and proximity and stuff like that, where they come from. And this one is, when will the strategic brake line be finished, the line outside the fire? So I spoke a little bit to that. We call it contingency line that's set back off of the actual fire's edge in the event that the fire crosses our lines on the edge. So that line is usually pretty labor intensive and wide. We do a lot of brushing on it. We do some mastication if that's applicable for the fuel model in there. And there's miles of it that need to go in. We've gotten some miles done, but we're hoping that within the next 48 hours, give or take, that it will be completed enough to be able to hold fire. When we do put that line in, we do, is the map still up? When we put that line in, we do prioritize and try and start in areas that we think are going to be impacted first if we were to have the fire come across the direct control lines. So that's why up above Sullivan Canyon here, that ridge line is essentially done. There's some areas up above Silva Park and there that are done, and it's kind of gets dotted together eventually. So the resources kind of leapfrog ahead of each other, and the dozers, it makes the bulldozers that are doing the bulk of that work be able to get it done quicker.
That concludes tonight's meeting. Thank you everyone for joining us.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Alrighty. Okay. You know what?
200 uniformed personnel began.
No outro music. You know what? That's how I should end my streams. I should literally just be like, okay, I'm done. Bye. And then I just end the stream. No, I think that was helpful, and I want to play this clip now of the LAFD chief, Kristen Crowley, talking to CBS about the budget cuts that a lot of people have been talking about online. And there are a number of progressive peeps who I do respect normally, who are going above and beyond to defend Karen Bass and defend other liberal politicians who are responsible for siphoning these funds. And I'm just like, why? What are we doing here?
And by asking her how they're doing.
They're resilient. They're putting everything into this. I can guarantee you that. I'm extremely proud of their dedication and commitment to this mission. They're doing everything in their power to save lives and protect property.
I must ask you, because a lot of people are talking about the warning that you sent last month that the budget cuts have, quote, severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies.
Thank you for Brett. I was just going to mention you because I saw People's City Council. I saw you guys pushing back on people like Emma Vigland, who for some reason is dying on this hill. I don't know why. She's ignoring the literal comptroller of LA, Kenneth Mejia, whose job it is to break down the budget and report on the details of LA's finances. And like it's not even just like taking someone's word. It's also just misrepresenting the actual numbers. Like we have them. We can see the budget, and everyone decided to post with their eyes closed today, refuse to read any actual budget documents when they're right there. Yes, they're either like refusing to read them or they are misrepresenting the they're misrepresenting the facts in the budget, including
wildfires. You sent that warning about these budget cuts. Was this
like I do respect Emma. I'm not trying to like harp on Emma here, but I don't understand why we're dying on this hill. I don't get it.
Preventable.
I tell you, from the budget cut side of things, when there's a $17 million cut in our budget, operating costs, immediately from that point, I had to make some tough decisions. I looked at some other duties and responsibilities that we do as a fire department and had to focus right back on the training of our firefighters and also our ability to respond to the everyday fires and EMS response.
Would that $17 million that had been...
Hassan's take, which I agree with, is that in this situation, the budget cuts wouldn't have had a substantial impact in this perfect storm, but what it highlights is the wrong-headed priorities of local authorities. Totally, right? Like $17 million, unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, is, that's not a make or break, but it still is, it still is highlighting that we are constantly, like in the city of Los Angeles, we are constantly finding ways to cut money from every single department, from every single program, except for the police. The police, there's always more money to be allocated to the police department.
Cut from your budget have made a difference in this fight?
I would say with the lean forward posture that we took, knowing that a $17 million cut we had to take from somewhere, and that was from the non-essential duties and responsibilities that as a fire department we have taken on over the past many, many years.
But with all due respect, in December you had warned that the budget cuts would severely limit your ability to respond to large-scale emergencies. Is that true or not?
Yes, so I would say yes, we were limited to a certain factor, yes.
And let me ask you about how that limited your response, because in the early hours of the...
It's 70 unstaffed positions not being filled. I would have preferred to have 70 more firefighters out there this weekend for sure. Absolutely. Where it's like, okay, would that have made the difference in containing these fires? Unfortunately, no, because the Santa Ana winds are so destructively strong. Like that is a major factor as to why the flames spread so far and that they have not been able to contain them. Also, the fact that the vegetation and the land is so dry, so it's like tinder. It just burns. It burns so easily. It's like a box of matches. But it could have made a difference in certain places, but it also is about the priorities, right? Like you can't lose sight about we can't lose sight of that it is the priorities of the city. Yeah, or the fact that okay, you want to cut that money and we have 1/3 of the firefighting force is incarcerated people who are making $5 or less a day. It's like, okay, that could have been money that goes towards goes towards paying people who are incarcerated and are putting their lives on the line, right? It's like, pay them what other firefighters are making. Yeah, like, okay, here in the state of California, we voted against eliminating slave labor from our Constitution. So for people who are incarcerated and are, you know, are working on the front lines here, like, it's not only the being forced into it. Some, you know, some would choose it, were a real choice, but the fact that it's, you know, also something that they are doing and being paid pennies.
The wildfires, especially in the Pacific Palisades, we had a team on the ground, a crew there with our reporter, and witnessed a number of homes burned to the ground, and there was not a fire truck in sight. How did that happen?
We pre-deployed the most amount of emergency resources that we could with what we had. With the pre-deployment, when the fire takes off, we're going to push as many resources that we can at that particular incident. And that's what we did. We did exactly what we could with what we had.
So you're saying you didn't have enough resources?
I would say in a WIN event like this that we are living today in day 3, something that is as significant as this particular fire, I would say we threw exactly what we could with what we had. So if I had 1,000 engines to throw at this fire, I honestly don't think 1,000 engines at that very moment could have tapped this fire down.
Chief Crowley, thank you so much for your time, and we're thinking of you and all the firefighters.
But the idea is, like, we need as many resources as possible, even if it is still, you know, even if it's still not enough because of additional factors that are worsening these fires, but, you know, more rather than less, and not being in a position where we are ill prepared to handle this situation or the rest of fire season in California. Okay, let's finish this video.
Hand-in-hand connection between our obsession with fossil fuel burning, which goes back, you know, for 200 years now, and the alterations in the climate in terms of the buildup of heat-trapping CO2 and methane. And were those companies and the governments and banks who enable them to acknowledge this, they would have to change their business model. And this kind of blind, frankly, suicidal loyalty to the status quo of keeping fossil fuels preeminent in our energy system is creating an increasingly difficult situation and unlivable situation. And I think, you know, some billionaires were impacted over the past couple of days, billionaires who encourage these policies, and yet their inclination is to blame the mayor, to blame the governor for conditions that predate either of their administrations. And so what we're living in right now is an increasingly shrill dissonance between the fact of climate change, the science of climate change, which is well understood by NOAA, by NASA, by many brave meteorologists who are on television and on the radio, and the governments who are serving really handmaidens to the petroleum industry and to the investors who are dependent on keeping them in business.
Well, Sonali, you know, if you could talk about, you're one of the few journalists who's insisted on centering the issue of the climate crisis in your reporting. So if you could talk about that, and also your assessment of how the
The budget crisis is also larger than just fire department trees trimming. Street sweeping budgets also got cut, which leads to winds pushing trees over, blowing power lines into branches. Our city in general is just broke because of LAPD budget and liability payouts, and it can't do the basic functions of a city government. Yeah, I just think it's simple in that we cut everywhere else because, we don't have enough money, right? Like we have a budget crisis, but it's never cuts to the LAPD. And in fact, it's often allocating more funds. And it's not just in Los Angeles, of course.
City, Los Angeles, has dealt with these devastating fires. The mayor has come under a lot of criticism. There haven't been enough firefighters, cuts to the fire department. Sonali.
Yes, thank you so much. You're right. The fact that we keep pouring money into enforcing racial capitalism, the fact that we keep pouring money into ensuring that that policing is always well funded, while fire departments are not, that our resilience, our climate resilience, is not funded. That's a matter of priorities. It's something I talk about in my new book, talking about abolition. But this is, how we design city budgets is a blueprint for how we want to live. And so if we're pouring money into policing and taking money out of firefighting, if we're pouring money into, our tax dollars going to subsidizing oil companies, but not enough subsidies to renewable energy, to electric vehicles, to climate adaptability, then we are basically reaping what we sow. And we have to be connecting these dots, because whenever you hear this sort of media coverage about these disasters, they're covered as one-offs, as isolated incidents, that here's this devastating fire, we were praying for you, you'll survive. Look at the community spirit. I don't want to have to just survive. I don't want to have to rely on community spirit and my neighbors and GoFundMe's to figure out, where I'm going to be living next. I want my tax dollars to go towards taking care of me, my community, and all of us being together. So we need a cultural shift in our country, away from thinking individualistically about the biggest car we can drive and the ways in which we can protect ourselves without thinking about how we protect our community and how we're all in this together. So we have to fight for control over our budgets. We have to fight for control over the priorities that we make, pouring them into climate resiliency and adaptation. And
and last year a bill never even made it to vote in the California legislation, where they had a bill had been introduced to create a climate super fund, and it would have held fossil fuel companies responsible. They would have had to pay for damages of climate change, which of course they are responsible for. And they spent 50 years, they spent 50 years and a lot of money doing propaganda to deny climate change. And that bill didn't even make it to the vote. So it's like, we gotta focus on stuff like that, right? We gotta focus on stuff like that. And for people who are like, no, this isn't about climate change. It is. Everything is about the climate, right? Like, it's all connected to the climate, and the climate is absolutely changing, and it has been. And so it's not enough to just sit back and be like, man, this is horrible. What an awful act of God, because that is not action. And without action, we will just continue to burn. We will continue to drown. We will continue to face all sorts of unmitigated climate exacerbated disasters. Have you seen, for the first time, I think in 2023, research was able to directly link forest fires in North America and Canada to fossil fuel and concrete companies? Still nothing being done. Right. Because our president, Republican or Democrat, is not going to pass a comprehensive, like the type of comprehensive, like really aggressive climate change legislation that we need. Why did we return? What made you and Will return home with the bad air quality? Well, there's bad air quality everywhere. The evacuation notices were lifted from our area. So we came back home to just make sure everything was okay. And then Will immediately started streaming. We're trying to decide what we are going to do over the next couple days as the air quality will worsen. And we're just we're figuring out next steps. Farley is good. Ash, Angel, thank you. Yuki, thank you. Corporate, King Tom, Eric's, Sheepus Beepus.
Ending the stranglehold of fossil fuels over our country.
The most aggressive climate change legislation we had was the Green New Deal, which Joe Biden, once upon a time had been like thumbs up, and then of course distanced himself from. And the Green New Deal included federal funds for exactly the problem that we are dealing with now.
And our world. We have to change that cultural mindset, and we have to push our politicians to do the right thing. And billionaires should not exist.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today.
Okay, let's look at I think I want to look at this report. Okay, let's talk about incarcerated firefighters, because that is 1/3 of the firefighting force in California. So 1/3 of the people who are out there putting their lives on the line fighting these fires are incarcerated.
I think to some extent the camp program saved my life. It gave me a sense of work ethic, ties to the community. It gave me another sense of worth. With that, though, I do believe that the camp system has its challenges and has its flaws. I was not only doing wildland firefighting, I was doing search and rescue. I was doing fuels reduction projects, clearing up the forest. I was building baseball fields for children.
We fought structure fires, so homes, vehicle fires. We responded to medical calls in people's homes. We were first responders at car accidents.
We were on call 24/7, 7 days a week, but we only got paid 53 cents an hour for 8 hours a day for 5 days a week.
My check was $56 a month, so about 37 cents an hour or something, and I was the top
pretty
paid
much
engineer
nothing
there.
CAL FIRE is currently hiring for the firefighters that are not incarcerated in camps. The average pay for that person, the base pay, I believe, is $3,700 a month without overtime, compared to the same person who is getting $2 a day and maybe $1 an hour on a fire.
COVID prompted leadership to step forward and release people that were safe to be in the community. Like, we should have done that before COVID. In 2014, Kamala Harris was Attorney General at the time, and her lawyers really argued against release of kind of lower level minimum security prisoners because it would greatly reduce the fire force. That is so horrifying to me. We were deemed safe enough to be working in the community. We were deemed safe.
Yeah, so in 2020, Newsom signed into law, he signed a bill into law that would allow former nonviolent incarcerated people who participated in one of these fire camps, one of these conservation camps, to have their records expunged, which is supposed to be a way to remove barriers and allow them to seek jobs as firefighters in the community. Because what has largely happened is incarcerated folks who train as firefighters, train as and other first responders, are not able to seek employment, are not able to, like, after they are released from prison, become employed firefighters. So that law was passed, but it still it still is very difficult. Like, there still are a lot of problems, a lot of barriers involved in former incarcerated firefighters getting hired after they are no longer incarcerated. They instead built more profit prisons to keep nonviolent inmates longer. Right, because, I mean, one major reason being that it's much cheaper to use incarcerated firefighters, and you can force them to work. Like, that is what we talk about when we say slave labor, because the 13th Amendment, which outlaws slavery, has a provision in it that slavery is illegal unless you are, unless you are incarcerated. And plenty of states still have that as part of their constitution. And we had a measure in November in California that people voted on to abolish that provision, and they decided, no, we're going to keep slavery legal. Yeah, so slavery was literally on the ballot, and in California, it's crazy because there wasn't even money that was poured into opposing the abolishing of slavery, and still, because of the overall fear that people have in this country of crime, it's why a lot of the country is shifted to the right, not just in red states but in blue states as well. People responded to that. So anything to do with incarceration, anything to do with crime, like any relation at all, people in California voted pretty conservatively. There's a big advocate for rehabilitation and supported transition after getting out who was an inmate at San Quentin, and he was recently pardoned by Gavin Newsom. That's good.
Enough to go into people's home. We were actually low level enough to have been at home with our families. We were retained to do a job that they didn't want to pay anybody else to do.
You are only as valuable as what you save the state, not in the work that you do or who you are as an individual and the personal change that you make. And so it's a little bit of a slap in the face.
So what you actually see is the state's dependence on this group of people. Right now, agencies are having to take unprecedented steps. Right, they have to go through these massive hiring cycles to go hire all of these folks professionally. We feel like the first batch of people that we should look at are the people who already have the skills and who've already proven that they can go do the job effectively. There's only a few narrow pathways for people to transition into this space.
The possibilities looked like,
yeah, I mean, I think the language too was constructed in a way to constructed in a way to have people voting on the measure not understand what they were voting for. It was described as involuntary servitude rather than slavery, but it still is, it still is undeniable that people, the majority of people who did not vote for, who voted no, did so because they truly any measures on the ballot, political candidates who seemed not tough on crime, like people were very pro tough on crime this election around.
CAL FIRE seasonal work, which was remote and pretty low pay, and you dispatch for months at a time, which doesn't make sense for folks that are on parole. It doesn't make sense for someone like me who just spent 7 years away from my children.
That guy Kurt, thank you for the prime. Johnny, thank you for the prime.
To work at any municipal fire department because we had restrictions from getting EMT licensures.
You need 7 to 10 years of clearance from all charges and probation and parole before even being considered for the license. And then once considered, there's a high probability of people to get denied.
I've only been out 7 months now, and every day I still feel like I'm responsible if I smell smoke.
I would ask people to recognize that the folks who are currently in fire camp have already been deemed and are currently working as public servants to the state of California.
Leadership needs to sit down and really restructure this program, and we need to figure out how do we expand the firefighters in California while not perpetuating a system of slave labor.
Speaking of tough on crime, in the past few minutes, the right has been spreading this as the image of the arsonist after LAPD said they made an arrest, right-wing accounts claiming it was an illegal immigrant. Yeah, of course, because any opportunity to baselessly blame a person who has immigrated to this country, they're going to take that opportunity. Even when it was known pretty shortly after the NOLA attack that the person who was responsible was U.S. born, was born in Texas, they were still running with the illegal immigrant fear-mongering. Always. They will seize any and all opportunities to continue with their agenda of fear-mongering and blaming immigrants. Okay. Also, I think we should watch... We should watch this. This is Vice from 2 years ago, from incarceration to firefighter.
California has long depended on inmate labor to fight the massive wildfires that happen here every year. And although they get hands-on training and experience in prison, formerly incarcerated firefighters have a hard time pursuing this as a career. A group called the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program is set out to change this, and since 2015 has helped hundreds of former inmates land high-paying jobs on fire crews. I'm in Pasadena, California to meet them.
My name is Royal Ramey, and I am the Chief Program Officer of the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program. And what I do is help people that served in California conservation camps, they call them fire camps, to be able to transition over to the fire service professionally.
So what's going on today?
Today we're conducting a work capacity test where all the wildland firefighters with the Forest Service, they use this test to make sure that you're fit for duty. Every firefighter has to do it.
Almost everyone here today was once incarcerated. Aside from the PAC test, participants also complete classroom training as part of their certification.
Hold on. I just gotta watch this. I gotta see what this is.
I'm born and raised in the city of Angels, and the entire city of Angels is on fire everywhere. Everywhere. The entire city of the Pacific Palisades is gone, you guys. I mean, literally my neighborhood, gone. My house tonight is still there, but I live in a different canyon, but the entire Pacific Palisades looks like, unfortunately Gaza or one of these war-torn countries where awful things have happened. So, and there are fires now breaking out everywhere. So it feels totally bizarre to be talking about a movie, and yet, it's a piece of art. Art will save us no matter what. And I'm born.
I only wanted to watch it because I saw this. Jamie Lee Curtis compares the wildfires in LA to Gaza crisis. And last that I know that Jamie Lee had was caught up in anything about Israel and Palestine was when she had posted the photo of Palestinian children looking up in fear at the rockets flying overhead and said, "Pray for Israel," because she thought that those were Israeli children. And then when she was called out on it, she deleted it, which is like, oh, are you going to repost this and say, pray for Gaza? Like, pray for Palestine? So I wasn't sure what she was going to say there. I mean, what I will agree with is seeing pictures of just totally, destroyed buildings, which is because of Israel, okay? And then comparing it to like the Palisades where it's gone as well. Like those pictures do look similar. Of course, the causes are different, but yes, isn't that good that she's acknowledging Gaza has been demolished? Like at the bare minimum, her acknowledging that Gaza has been so utterly destroyed, just like the Palisades currently is because of the fires that have just burned everything. Anyway, sorry. I just saw that pop up on Twitter. I was like, oh no. Oh God. Oh boy.
All right, everybody gather around.
Gotta go!
The PAC test is 3 miles, 45 minutes, 45 pounds on your back. If you get back to me under 45 minutes, you pass the test. You will be issued a qualification card. If you come in at 45 minutes or more, I'll see you next time.
My mom died at 9. We were moved around from family to family. We grew up in foster care. At the age of 18, I was hungry. Stole a pizza. When I stole this pizza, that's what got me 3 years in prison. And then I got offered fire camp, got introduced to fire camp. Went to fire camp. I went on my first fire, I'll never forget it. It was nighttime. I remember how it looked, how it smelled, helicopters flying. I fell in love with it immediately. And I started getting good at it.
A lot of folks, we had the opportunity when you go to prison to go.
One fucking pizza. A Jean Valjean pizza. Jean Valjean pizza, where his family was starving. He stole one pizza and he got 3 years.
Go to these fire camps where you go to fight fires and they give you basic training. Once upon a time, the fire camps were like a third of the workforce when it comes to fighting wildland fires.
Climate change and historic drought are driving hotter and more unpredictable fire seasons across the American West. In recent years, California has seen some of the most destructive blazes on record, with more than 12 million acres burned in the last decade alone. That's nearly double the acres burned in the previous decade. Fighting these epic fires requires thousands of personnel, and the state depends on incarcerated men and women to work as firefighters, organized into 35 camps across California.
What fire camp taught me, I'm using it to this day, and I'm providing for my family. I have a career, all based off fire camp.
Fire camps give Royal and Demetrius structure and skills and help them find their calling. But critics of the program say it also amounts to a kind of indentured servitude. Participants risk their lives but are paid less than $6 per day, plus $1 to $2 per hour during active fires. And their conviction histories render many of these individuals ineligible for professional firefighting careers once they're out.
You don't have a true pathway to be able to get employment once you've participated in the camps.
Through sheer persistence, Royal figured out how to cut through some of the red tape. After successfully finding paid work as a firefighter, in 2015, Royal and his co-founder Brandon Smith began building out a playbook for other fire camp veterans to become professional firefighters.
Word got around and people started giving me calls and we just start helping people out. It was just like, all right, you know, come meet me at Starbucks at 0900.
God, I can just nonstop hear helicopters. Helicopters. I heard fire trucks. It's like all over LA. It's just the constant noise.
Help you out with the application process. I'll help you with your resume. Come hike with me. Come run with me.
Sarah Sindija is the Chief Operations and Finance Officer for the FFRP.
You see yourself differently when you're protecting a home or protecting a community from a fire and someone comes up to you hugging you and crying and thanking you for saving their life. That's transformative to your identity. When you're incarcerated, you're locked away, you're put away, you're told that you're unsafe. And to come and serve.
Like, okay, this is an example of what I'm talking about here. Like, do I feel bad for the innocent animals affected by the fire going in LA? Yes. Do I feel bad for the fire burning LA? No. Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria were literally on fire and bombed while the rich people in Beverly Hills were happily drinking Starbucks. You are being so reductive here, okay? This is cruelty. Care about Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, obviously. Obviously. But to then turn around and be like, fuck Los Angeles because everyone suffering right now is a rich person in Beverly Hills drinking Starbucks. What are we doing, man? No. And I see this. I've seen this all over. I've seen this all over the internet, and I see this too, not just in relation to the fires that are happening in Los Angeles, but like often whenever something disastrous is occurring and people who, like, I'm glad you care deeply about these other other parts of the world that are suffering ceaselessly, that are enduring the worst of mankind's cruelty, just like truly have endured imaginable just barbarity. But this is not the attitude to have. It is not the attitude to have. It's like the thing that became a meme where you talk about a problem and it's, well, there's kids who are starving in Africa. Like, oh, how dare you talk about this other issue, have compassion and empathy for this other issue. There are children starving in Africa, okay? Shut up. Man, that is not uniting. That is dividing. Like, that is divisive. That is divisive. Like, not every single person, 99.99999% of the people are not James Woods, okay? Like, I know it's fuck James Wood. Fuck that guy. He's the worst. We're not talking about James Woods. Why do people think if you care for one cause, you can't care for the other? LA has so many homeless and lower working class people. It's not a bunch of rich people. Right, like right now we're talking about incarcerated folks who are fighting these fires, right? We're talking like in Los Angeles, homeless people are still being are having to endure the smoke and the danger of the air right now. and they're still being having their encampments being cruelly swept up. Like, you know, we're talking about historic Black communities in places like Altadena where everything is gone. Everything is gone. Like one of the few places where they did not have to endure redlining, where they were able to buy property decades ago and have passed those homes down and their families. And now that America is getting a piece of what Palestinians have been enduring, they want the world to feel bad. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. And then the one example they use, of course, is James Woods. Ay, ay, ay. Ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. To act... Oof. Yeah, crazy that such a large fire impacted only James Woods specifically. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I learned about the prison firefighters 6 years ago from a former prisoner who was homeless on the train in SD. Thank you, It's Socialism or Barbarism. Thank you so much. He told me about his experiences and how kids would come up to him and give him high fives and people respected him, not knowing he was a prisoner. When he got out, he couldn't work and was stuck on the street. Yeah. Yeah, only the James Woods are burning. I mean, like, it's laughable because it's so ignorant and it's so arrogant too. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't understand. The fire is sentient. It only targets James Woods. Also, there's literally journalists in Gaza talking about the fires. Like, do we understand too that this is all connected? Okay, like the climate. The climate disasters, the effects on Palestine's climate, right? Like all of this is connected. Bear in mind that these weirdos are a tiny vocal minority. I feel like saying that both sides are doing this isn't quite right. No, what I'm trying to explain is I obviously understand that this is online discourse, but what I'm pointing out is that like you have this, okay? And I've seen a number of people who I know ascribe to leftist politics who are echoing this sentiment, or you know, just more broadly, like, sorry, but fuck James Woods, okay? Or, you know, rich people, like, blah, 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 blah. But additionally, like, in insane, atrocious takes from people on the right, like, I'm not both sizing this and being like, oh, overall, the right and the left are just equally unhinged, but I'm talking about issues like this where people do produce these takes that are devoid of empathy for what is happening to to citizens of a city like Los Angeles. And it is something that it's not just restricted to one side of the political spectrum, okay? Both, yes, so Palestine and Middle East being used for oil, aka the oil that bipartisan efforts to ignore climate change to protect, and those very locations being puppet governments for oil industry. Yeah, and like when we talk about climate change, We don't go, oh, climate change doesn't matter when it's Paris Hilton's house that is burned down. Like if it's celebrities' homes in the Palisades, then I don't have to care about I don't have to care about how climate change is all across the world exacerbating these disasters. I live in a red state. It's always frustrating to hear that shit. Yeah, I mean, you guys, this was happening too with the hurricanes in North Carolina and in Florida. Like there was a lack of empathy from a lot of people online because these were red states. Like this is what is this is what's going on, okay? This is what's going on with these disasters depending on the, you know, depending on if it's a blue state, if it's a red state. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
A field where you are contributing to public safety, that is transformative.
It means everything to me. My son, when he sees me walk in, he's like, fire, 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 fire. That's how he says it. He's 4 now, he says it more clear, but he looks up to me. My daughters, they're scared. My wife is scared, but they're proud at the same time. They think and feel I can do anything because of what I've been through and what I came from.
Brandon was incarcerated at 16 years old on gun charges and served 9 years. Using training he received with the FFRP.
Like, I think somebody in chat was asking, like, how is this connected to Gaza? I mean, like, think about all the emissions. Think about all the emissions from the weapons that Israel is using to destroy Gaza, and like how that is contributing to warming the planet, how that is worsening the climate catastrophe. Also, yes, 9 years for a 16-year-old is insane. 9 years for a 16-year-old is absolutely insane. Right, like militaries all over the world are huge polluters. Yes, the United States military being one of the biggest polluting entities on this planet.
Brandon will soon be starting a job as a hotshot firefighter, part of a traveling crew that tackles the toughest blazes. For people like him, the FFRP is a bridge over the barriers to post-incarceration employment.
How does the FFRP create that bridge?
They're providing pretty much not just free education, it's paid education. We know you can't be here for free because you have to check in with parole. You have to pay your mom rent for that room you're living in to help with the gas and electricity.
Yeah, yes. It's the singular largest entity, yeah.
Come on now! Come on, you can do it, team! Come on now!
43-15!
Got this! Yeah!
My name is Deton Harris, and I'm the superintendent of the crew.
Deton first met Royal at an inmate fire camp. When he was released, Deton's firefighting prospects seemed like a long shot.
It's like a reality check because
when people express anger against the rich class, it includes the military-industrial complex. Also, what's wrong in that? Do you think that somebody who has a $3 million home in the Pacific Palisades is equivalent to the MIC? Like... Also, that's not that's not what tweets like the one I just pointed out that I see all over the fucking place are. That's not even what they're doing. Right, because the other thing to understand is that not all rich people are billionaires. Okay? Like even for wealthy people in a place like the Palisades, okay, we're not talking about Jeff Bezos level wealth where they have, made their money off the backs of, laborers, where they have, where they have immorally attained the level of wealth that they have by destroying. By contributing largely to destruction of the planet. It's the same people who sent Hassan over the edge. Okay, I'm just gonna say right now, I truly I'm already on edge. Okay, I'm already on edge because I had to fucking evacuate last night. So I can't be doing these. I can't be doing this. I cannot be doing this. I hope I have made the point clear. If I have not, then I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going. I am just gonna keep going. My God. Jesus. My God. All right. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you for those of you who understand. You can be colloquially rich and still working class. Most athletes and musicians, for example, they're rich in a layman's sense, but they aren't the capital owners. They're still making money for someone else. Yes. I think there is just this, there has been this mushing together of anybody who is upper class and above, where it's all treated the same. So someone will treat a doctor who makes a couple $1 million a year, has a nice home in Palisades, on the same level as an Elon Musk. People who are working class, even if they are millionaires, okay, are not the same thing as, are not the same thing as Jay Marian said, the owners of capital, okay? So being a millionaire does not exclude you from being, from being working, working class in this country. It's professional class being lumped in with capital owners, yes. There are a lot of house rich, cash poor people in California. Yep, there are a lot of people who have all of their money in their home, right? Like that is their asset. My friend lost his house in Altadena. He lived with his parents that are both high school art teachers. Right, like I've seen I was on Twitter and I saw at least 5 GoFundMes. And these are people who it's like, hey, my parents are teachers, they're retired, they lost everything, okay? There's a difference between capital owners, the bourgeois, and the upper class. Castro had to stop revolutionaries from taking professors and doctors and shooting them. Mao eventually stopped them, but didn't at first. Yeah, and I think because of slogans like "Eat the Rich," people hear, oh, Palisades, where the average home is $3 million, eat those people, right? Let them burn. They are responsible for our collective suffering. Because anybody who is a homeowner in an area like the Palisades is the enemy. And I think this is something that I had to explain. Someone was unironically making that argument earlier about Eat the Rich. This was something that I spent a lot of time trying to change people's minds on during the strikes, okay? When people were like, oh, well, actor and writer strikes in Los Angeles? Why should I give a shit about rich people wanting more money? And me being like, hey, did you know that the majority of people in SAG don't have health insurance because they don't make enough money to qualify for health insurance? Do you understand that these are working class people? Do you understand that like the average person is making like, the average writer is making like $50,000 in a city where, we have some of the highest rent prices in the country, right? That this is labor issues, that this is the capital owners who are, taking more and more profit at the expense of those who are producing it. Who is your enemy, right? Like I just have to redirect it to who is your enemy? Who is your enemy? And the other thing I've been thinking of is like LA is already a town that has been hit so hard since COVID, right? We have the pandemic, we've had multiple strikes, and now these fires, and like film production is a huge industry in Los Angeles. It has been for a long time, and it has been on the decline. More people have had to leave the city, have had to change careers in these last couple years because work has just like the terrain dried up. And it's like there's been, there's a lot of people here, from craft services to makeup and hairstylists to, to actors to crew members who have, for the last 5 years, been getting hit over and over and over again. I think what's tiring is the amount of conspiracies. Yes, conspiracies are exhausting, and conspiracies are prone to popping up every time we have something big like this. A lot of people are scared. They're looking for answers that will fit with what they're already inclined to believe. The same people who say, well, who cares? LA is full of wealthy people are the same people who advocate for those who are on the streets, LGBTQ plus humans who were kicked out of their homes, people of color, but don't understand that those groups are heavily affected by the wildfires themselves, no matter if low income or high income. It's the same here in Canada. Like the Tim Hortons worker who loses their home is not a friggin' rich person. Your anger should be at politicians and the system for creating the foundation for these tragedies in the first place. Yeah, I just think that there is an association with Los Angeles and with the film industry that because, because there are famous people and a lot of wealth that is consolidated in certain areas of this city, that it's like an industry that people look at it as like an industry that is filled with that, like the majority of people in the industry or in this city are well off, rather than that still being the minority. And for the millionth time, it's like, if your response to the most destructive fires in the history of this city raging, like they are still raging. I can hear helicopters flying over me every 10 minutes because they're going to different areas of the city to put out fires. If your response is to say, well, I don't care because celebrities, it's like that's not it. Please. Like, are you serious? Oh no, people's third homes are burning. Oh no, poor see, you know what? Okay, I'm not engaging.
We went to every fire station trying to just tell them our story and let them know that we're different people and that we just want a chance to prove to society that we can be great people.
How were you received, though, when you started hitting up the fire stations?
It was terrible. They told me I was going to never be a fireman. They looked at my little certifications that I had, and they pretty much just told me that it wasn't going to never happen. But a couple months later, I doubled back on them stations and let them know that I made it. So it's an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm born and raised in South Central LA. I never thought in a million years that somebody would be coming up to me telling me thank you, like that's really humbling.
The FFRP also directly employs firefighters through its private for-hire team, dubbed the Buffalo Hand Crew.
A hand crew? If you're just in it to make fun of suffering people, you probably aren't a leftist or a good person. Yeah, I was going to say that's not a person who like dedicates their time and energy to like helping homeless people, right? To like helping people who don't have a home to begin with. Like, let's be fucking for real. Somebody who's just such a fucking asshole like that, whose instinct to respond to a crisis like that is in the way that they did, that is not a caring person at all.
Is a group of about 10 or 20 people. They hike in during a fire. Usually they have nothing but the tools on their back, and they're doing the intense manual labor that's involved with the fire, whether it's creating fuel breaks or smothering fires out.
The crew is named after the Buffalo Soldiers. These regiments of Black U.S. soldiers in the 19th and 20th centuries doubled as wildfire fighters.
What the Forest Service is doing is calling us, asking us for guys, because they know that they come trained. So we're building a great reputation right now.
You gotta really understand when you walk out and have that uniform on, having that mentality, no matter where you are, no matter what you say, just knowing that you actually you a firefighter. You're not just you're just not a regular person anymore. You're actually a public servant.
One major barrier to becoming a professional firefighter after being released from incarceration is the inability to get an EMT license once you've been convicted of a felony. A California law signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in late 2020 allows people who served in fire camps to petition judges who can expunge convictions. But the process is difficult and uncertain. And for now, many fire camp veterans still face an uphill battle when trying to move into professional work.
Second chance employment is a no-brainer. We know that the #1 reason for recidivism is employment.
People in California is behind it. They're starting to see that, just because a person made a mistake doesn't mean that we should just throw them away to the wolves.
The FFRP's mission has attracted a lot of believers. They've received funding from large companies like Google and Verizon. Musician John Legend even delivered congratulations to FFRP's 2021 graduates.
As you are called upon to keep us all safe during the 2021 California wildfire season, we are so proud of your accomplishments and so grateful for your service.
Don't judge people, because you never know what they really been through. People that's been, traumatized in so many different ways in life that you just wouldn't understand, and that led them to that poor choice, or led them to making that decision that changed other people's lives, or it's complicated. Life is complicated. Just educate yourself on things that you don't know. Don't judge people. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Bartley. I'm the director of News Inside for the Marshall Project. Today we'll be discussing second chance employment. I'm here with two brilliant individuals who will talk about companies like Dave's Killer Bread, who afford people the opportunity.
John Legend is pretty good politically. Yeah, I would say as far as major celebrities go.
Tell me about
he had a decent interview with Mehdi Hassan and ZTO.
Second chance employment to me is an employer giving
pretty
an
lived up,
individual
but
with a background an opportunity for employment, for living wage, as well as an opportunity for growth, personally and professionally.
I do think he's one of the better politically engaged celebs.
You came to take part in the second chance employment program ran by Dave's Killer Bread?
So I was actually looking for employment.
I'm sorry, that bread killed who?
I had just gotten out of prison after spending 7.5 years incarcerated. And I had been going to school for dental assisting, and I was applying for jobs. I was almost done with schooling, and I wasn't getting any phone calls back. And it really made me look at myself on what's going on? Why am I not getting these phone calls back? Of course, they're doing background checks, right? I'm going to be working in the dental field. And I believe it was my cousin that suggested I apply at Dave's Killer Bread.
I found out about second chance opportunity while I was finishing up my federal sentence at Sheridan, Oregon. And that was the talk of the compound if you were trying to change your life. While I was incarcerated, I made it very clear to myself that I had to give myself an advantage. So I started taking college courses. But when I was released from the federal system, it was nothing like I expected. The calls weren't coming in. School really slowed everything down. I forgot the part about having to have money to take care of myself while being free. But Dave's Killer Bread, they had an opportunity. I went and applied, and that became home.
So, there's many formerly incarcerated people that are brilliant. They have skills. But being incarcerated for a number of years, they don't have opportunity to develop the type of experience as their counterparts who aren't formerly incarcerated. So when they go to take on jobs, a lot of times they are told you can't have this job for the lack of experience. How do you think Dave's Killer Bread is handling that?
I was given the opportunity to do a marketing course, and I never thought in a million years that my employer was going to help me go to school. What employer does that?
Honestly, I do
So,
fuck with Dave's. I love Dave's.
What about you?
Mainly the one-on-ones with the supervisors and management that have been in the situation that I've been in before, or that are understanding to our situations. All these people that believed in us and sat us down and had those one-on-one 20-minute conversations.
I feel so stupid. I had no idea Dave's Killer Bread was founded with this in mind. Just love their bread and bagels. LMAO, buying even more from them now. Yeah, you know, there are definitely brands that are good to support because they are legitimately involved in a social progress and are not just, you know, pinkwashing during the during something like Pride Month.
To be more articulate, to be more presentable, tuck your shirt in, take that frown off your face. What frown? You know, that definitely shaped and put me in position to be contender for superintendent, for production supervisors.
I have to definitely agree with you. Teaching us how to be that productive member of society, but also within Dave's Killer Bread community. I was a community outreach coordinator for 8 years up until recently. And that role was very, very...
Is it West Coast based?
Big for me. I had never really worked in the office. So I got some office skills, lots of computer skills that I didn't have. And I could walk down the hallway and be like, hey, how's it going? And everybody pretty much knew who I was. And to have that community feel, you know, it's not just, oh, it's another day, it's another job.
Nice.
Candles, thank you so much for the 5.
Again, Crystal?
Project coordinator for Dave's Killer Bread Foundation. The foundation started in 2015.
Appreciate you.
And I've actually been working towards this position, and here I am.
What about you, Rassan? How long have you been in your current position?
So it's going on 6 years now. When the opportunity came up to be production supervisor in Mesa, Arizona, I jumped on it. I had already outgrown Portland, Oregon. That's where I committed my crime at. That's where my old friends were at. And I knew it was time to take my story somewhere else and to really to blossom and to be able to live. And I'm out here now and doing different speaking engagements because there's 1,000 second chance people out there, but who's going to be that person to take that chance to give them that second chance?
So, Rassan, now you have the opportunity to hire formerly incarcerated people.
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
Man, you see, I can't stop smiling, man. That was the goal. And to feel it come together and to see the change in people after a few years, it's beautiful. Just like I'm pretty sure Crystal feels about talking to me and knowing those talks that we used to have and just seeing that it's worth it.
Also, you're teaching hiring supervisors right there with you. You're teaching them about hiring the right person for the position.
So glad I found you, Karen. I agree with everything you talked about in the last hour. Sending hugs your way.
Because there's missed talent out there.
Welcome in.
If you overlook someone with a background.
Yeah, paid
Are there
chatter.
any final words or thoughts any of you would like to say to individuals who are seeking employment and they don't know of the Second Chance Employment Program?
The main thing that I would want to tell people is change is possible. You know what I mean? You give somebody a second chance, they can come out here and be a pillar to their community.
My last words, I guess, would be to know there's hope and to let go of your own shame or doubt and show up every day as yourself. Show up and be a hard worker. I can only hope and pray that by me telling my story is making an impact, whether it's for an employee that needs a job or an employer that wants to see success stories.
Yes.
Crystal, Rassan, thank you for talking with me here today.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're here to further unpack the challenges faced by formerly incarcerated people as they work towards re-entry. I am joined by 3 experts in the field.
My boss was trying to say it was just rich people losing their homes, and I tried to explain to her that they're working to low-class citizens in those areas that are also losing their homes. It's insane. You know, I think let's just keep this simple and be like, oh, okay, so you're on the side of the fire. Okay, so of all the sides here, you're like, yeah, I'm with the fire. I'm with the fire. Like, aside from what we have said repeatedly, which is that no, it's not just rich people losing their homes. Okay, and please don't be misled by coverage in the media that lists off celebrities who have lost homes in Pacific Palisades. Yeah, on the side of the fire. Oh my God.
Field. Elizabeth Gaines is the CEO of the Osborne Association, a criminal justice service and reform organization that she has led since 1984. Keisha Middlemass is a professor of political science at Howard University and a Brookings Fellow. She is the author of Convicted and Condemned: The Politics and Policies of Prisoner Reentry. And Stanley Richards is the Deputy CEO of the Fortune Society and is the first formerly incarcerated person to be appointed as the first Deputy Commissioner of Programs and Operations at the New York City Department of Correction. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
It's great to be with you.
I vaguely remember California voted to continue slavery. I wasn't really informed whether this is slavery, forcible labor, unpaid labor. So far, this video seems to convey that partaking in service work is a good way of reintegrating convicts into society. Well, I think what it's about is it's making it so that there's a pathway for those who are incarcerated and have gained the skills of firefighting to be able to have the opportunity after they are no longer incarcerated to actually have that as a career. Obviously there's like multiple things going on here. So there's those who, being able to learn the skills and train as firefighters is something that they like, that like is a way. One guy, said that it's purpose, but the point is that, it should be voluntary, not involuntary. And also that there should be there should be the easy ability for them to then have that be a career after they are released. And then also, like, for those who are who are incarcerated and are on the front lines fighting fires, that they should be compensated for it. Compensated not in the way that it is now, which essentially makes it free labor. Slavery. Also some empathy. When a terrible thing happens to anyone, it's a terrible thing. Yes. Yeah. We need lessons in empathy. Hi, a bit off topic, but are there any resources you could recommend to introduce my wife to some more leftist progressive ideas? She's around your age, is 4th gen Asian American, has similar pop culture interests. Thanks, and hope you and Will stay safe during the fires. This stream. I guess. Yeah. What are like some easy ways in? I guess it depends on like what point your wife is at, right? If she's currently politically opposite, might need more of an ease into progressive leftist ideas. I think something like Democracy Now! I agree. I think Democracy Now! Is great. I think Democracy Now! is great for people of all, like, wherever you're at. The perfect book, in my opinion, for a classic lib, someone who loves Obama and the Clintons, is the book Listen Liberal by Thomas Frank. Yeah, I would recommend that as well. I think that's a good intro. You Gopnik did a video on a list of creators last year. Yeah, I think Twitch creators, Twitch streamers, it might be tough, right? That's why I mean, like, depending on where you are in your education, where you are in the political spectrum, you know, it's not necessarily the easiest introduction or necessarily one that will not turn you away if you jump into something like watching a Twitch stream. So that's why I think like Democracy Now!, Majority Report. I think Second Thoughts YouTube videos are also very hand-holding without being condescending. Like I've read a lot of comments on his YouTube videos, and there's a lot of people who say that his videos are what brought them over to socialist, you know, progressive leftist politics. I think for people who like history, listen to Blowback Podcast. I think Blowback Podcast is amazing. I don't think that that's necessarily an easy intro, right? If you specifically love history, okay, I do think that's not necessarily first step. It is dense. It's great. Like it's really, really great, but manufacturing consent is an important concept to grasp. Yeah, obviously, you know, Chomsky is important to read, but I'm thinking about like what are good introductions, because I don't think somebody going off and reading Chomsky when they have no idea when they just have no baseline. If you're a loud, annoying liberal, come watch me. That would be a fun introduction. A loud, annoying liberal is, yeah, absolutely gonna love Mike from PA's stream. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a good start for normies. Yeah, I think not to be that person, but also I just don't necessarily know about recommending books unless I know that somebody reads, you know? It's why I think digestible YouTube videos are a good way to start, because nonfiction, even if it's somebody who's more, you know, who's easier to get into, like a Ta-Nehisi Coates, you still gotta be somebody who wants to read nonfiction. And I just think like the visuals of a YouTube video and the way that they present information concisely, and usually, you know, somebody like Second Thought, his videos are like 20 minutes long, right? Recommending somebody a 20-minute YouTube video that has nice graphics and is easy to understand is much more of a viable introduction for somebody to for somebody like that Chatter's wife. John Oliver. Yeah, John Oliver also. Yes. But if somebody's already at like John Oliver stage, right? That's why I don't know. I don't know about the specifics of Chatter's wife's political knowledge leanings, but those are some good. I think those are some good suggestions. I think Democracy Now! Is the best because it's more like a traditional newscast that normies can get into, especially if they're older like my parents. Right. Like I would have somebody like my mom watch Democracy Now!
Keisha, if I can start with you. I'd love to understand how many people are currently incarcerated in the U.S. and how does this number compare to other countries?
So the overall incarceration rate hovers around 2 million. It's a little bit lower today in terms.
A lot of the YouTubers that cover pop culture trends are leftists a lot of the time. I think those can be a really good intro since they aren't too heavy in politics. Yeah, like there's a number of YouTube pop culture people who are in creators for Palestine because they are leftists. And a lot, they're very similar to somebody like me, where they do pop culture, but it's through it's through a leftist lens. Satin feels good. Thank you for the 5 community subs. Heba, thank you for the 4 months. But yeah, you know what? I always give some suggestions, and then chat has infinitely many more. So if you're like, hey, I want some suggestions as well. A lot of great ones in the chat.
In terms of its relationship of how many people are incarcerated in the United States, we as a country far outpace other developed countries. Generally, the United States is compared to Russia, China, and countries that don't always count who are incarcerated.
And what percentage end up back in prison after release?
Generally, the data tells us that approximately 650 to 750,000 adults are released from jails, state prisons, federal prisons every single year. When you talk about the failure rate, studies demonstrate that between 65 and 68% will fail within the first 3 years.
What is the experience like when you leave incarceration? What kind of system is there for you? What are the first steps? Stanley, perhaps we can start with you.
And so I've been going to jail since I was a teenager and went through my adulthood. And I began to believe that incarceration was the way my life was going to be lived. I was going to be released. I was going to go back to the streets. I was going to go back to the behaviors that I've known all my life. And I was going to go into survival mode. And so my last incarceration, I really wanted to lead a different life, partly because when I was incarcerated, I went to school, I obtained my GED, I went to college, and I began to understand that all the messages I heard about who I am and what I'm worth and whether I'm smart enough to hold a job and whether I'm good enough to hold a job were all lies. And there was a level of confidence that I had in myself and my ability to remain hopeful and to stay focused, so I didn't have to live that life. And so coming home, I was hopeful, as many people are when they come home. I haven't met anyone who said from the day one, I can't wait to go back. I just can't wait. It's like, I can't wait to go back. That's not how it happens.
I'm gonna say I sort of had that experience from another angle, which was that when my kid's dad came home after 25 years, we sort of watched it from the family perspective, which is why a lot of Osborne's programs focus on parenting, family reunification, visiting, because families are the reentry program of first and last resort. That's the 24/7 reentry, and very often prison phrase that, which is why we have so many people not coming home to something. But I also just want to point out, even with respect to recidivism and those kinds of numbers that people fall in love with, it's not a monolithic group. So people who've done significant time for homicide have almost a 0 recidivism rate. And in New York, the majority of people who go back to prison are going back for violations of their supervision, not a new serious crime. So we have to kind of break out what is it that makes it so difficult, which Stanley pointed to, for people to if someone can be violated because they change.
Just sent this, also didn't see you on here. 50 Shades of Way, updated lists, left-wing indie media, worth checking out. I think it's because people don't really necessarily associate me with left-wing media, because I don't do like politics, so it's probably why, because on here you have Humanist Report, Democracy Now!, ZTO, Hassan, Breakthrough News. I just think that's maybe why.
Residents, because they lose their housing. Sydney. So there's all kinds of ways in which we have to combine what Stanley's saying with.
Yeah, I'm an empath. I'm an empath, humanist W thinker.
1 in every 2 adults in America has had an immediate family member who's been incarcerated. So it's not a rare experience.
I'm also fairly
at the
confined to
Fortune Castle
Twitch. Yeah.
once said, when you come home, and he did about 32 years, he said, when you come home, you have to learn how to take off the jackets of survival. The jackets that you had to use to survive in those environments, to come out here in an environment, to be socially connected, to be vulnerable, to be trusting, to be engaging. I mean, when I came home, that was one of the things I had to learn. I had to learn that the way I survived in prison was to have a very aggressive look and to have a very aggressive way of handling myself. And when I came home, I had to understand that when I engaged with people, if people saw that, people would have a certain reaction, a reaction that I don't want them to have. But you got to learn how to take off those jackets, and it doesn't happen overnight.
And families need to understand that. Otherwise, I've been part of a lot of groups of other women whose husbands and partners are incarcerated and come home. And sometimes they would call me and say, I think he's losing his mind because he's putting his clothes under the bed. And I said, yeah, that's how they ironed inside. It's not crazy. It's just,
are we going to sleep with masks on?
So if you're
I don't know if we're
home
sleeping here.
and it's winter, you have to put a full wardrobe together. And the family is burdened with doing that. Yes, there are places where you can get inexpensive clothes secondhand, but the idea of putting a wardrobe together or adding another mouth to feed, the space for bedding.
I'm sorry, I just have to LOL for a moment. Logan Paul and KSI donated $60,000 worth of Prime to firefighters in Southern California amid ongoing wildfires. You know what? I think it will make them fight the fires faster.
Like someone to sleep. And so someone has to, when they come home, is putting together literally their entire lives from start to finish.
Or they'll die.
And that is a financial burden that, as Liz said.
I feel like Prime, if you were to put it on flames, it would intensify the flames. I think you're like, okay, it's a liquid, it's not alcohol, maybe this will help douse the flames. It would actually make them worse.
That families take on, but we also have to think of those individuals that don't have families.
Yeah, if you want to help Caroline Kwan during this
those
time, you can
individuals
also
are
donate your
worse
Prime
off in the sense that serving long sentences, family members, parents die, their extended family move, or they get married and the new person has never met their loved one and there's conflict there. But this idea that the Department of Corrections really assumes families will help people, their loved ones, when they come home. And there's those two big groups, the ones that have family support, regardless of how much or how little support is one thing. And then there's a group of people that just don't have loved ones and even one or two people to welcome them home.
And there are also things that prisons can do to make it more possible for people to stay connected to families. New York is quite an exception in a good way in that our...
Yeah, if you are incarcerated and you refuse to do the labor that's requested of you, they will take away they can and they do take away your visiting rights. It's like cruel shit like that. If they say, hey, you have to go perform this labor and you refuse it for whatever reason, then they will punish you.
State maximum security prisons have visits 7 days a week. They have overnight visiting. It doesn't go that way.
That brings me to my next question perfectly. What are other countries doing more successfully to run, good reentry programs where there's less of a chance that you're going to end up back in prison? What are different models that you've seen that you think we could learn from?
The reentry process in the United States is really supported by nonprofit organizations and volunteers, and people having to raise money separately and apart, because we as a society in the United States don't think about reentry. Billions of dollars go into incarceration and hundreds of dollars go into the reentry funding in sort of comparison, where other countries are balancing, this person will come home, we want them to be a good person in quotation marks, in society, so let's help them. And America doesn't seem to have the help mentality.
Well, we don't think people can change as part of our,
great point.
You have to remember England sent the criminals to Australia and we got the Puritans. So there is that punitive thing. When the warden of the prison I was in visiting in Sweden, I said, you really believe, my daughter actually was with me, said, you really believe people can change? He said, well, of course. Why else would I do this?
Just imagine, as Liz said, you are defined by the worst moment in your life. That's the banner you carry. It wouldn't be appropriate for you. It shouldn't be appropriate for people with criminal convictions. And it shouldn't be appropriate for us as a society to allow that to happen.
So, updated news, the Palisades fire is 6% contained. And just to put in perspective how bleak it has been, people are celebrating, like, of course, because 6% is better than 0%. But people are, it's like legitimately good news that the Palisades fire is at now 6% contained, even though, my God, 6%. It is better than 0. That is true. See, this is what I mean is like CBS Evening News will have, "This Is Us" star Milo Ventimiglia loses home in Los Angeles fires. And everyone will be like, oh, geez, fucking celebrities. Nearly 800 incarcerated firefighters deployed as LA battles wildfires. 800 incarcerated firefighters. The fire camp wages are meager, but are considered high-paying jobs behind bars, with CDCR firefighters earning between $5.80 and $10.24 a day, and an additional $1 per hour when responding to active emergencies. When responding to disasters, they may earn $26.90 over a 24-hour shift. Just to give you a visual, again, of what they are fighting. Like...
John, there's nothing back. Nothing back.
Hi there. How many more horses do you have?
We have a couple we just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out.
Oh, boy. We're doing this heroic, crucial work, but many people inside cannot support their family, can barely afford to just get hygiene supplies for themselves. Nobody's saving money with wages for when you go home. Nobody's able to send money to cover the expenses that their children are incurring. Participants must have 8 years or less on their sentence, and some convictions, including sex offenses and arson, are disqualifying. That is kind of funny. They're like, arson? That's what you're in here for? Sorry. You can't join one of the fire camps. Okay. What else do we want to look at here? This is I think some I think some media outlets have removed the paywall, which is good because nothing is worse than when you are trying to access information and you can't because it's behind a paywall. You're like, oh, so yeah, sounds like a point on the resume to me. Yeah, maybe you actually want people who have arson on their records to be fighting fires because they have innate knowledge. More than 9,000 homes, so this is updated 12 minutes ago. More than 9,000 home structures damaged or destroyed in Palisades. In Eaton, yeah. So all together, let's see, we're at almost 20,000 acres here. 30, 33, 34, 30. There's like 35,000 acres that have just been totally burned through. Much of Los Angeles County remains under a red flag warning through Friday night. Anyway, if you want live updates, I think LA Times removed the paywall there. That's a good source. I think we looked at that. This was just so bad. Look, fuck Sky News, okay. Elon Musk is mentioned in here. Fuck Elon Musk, but this is just, she's up for re-election next year. Like, I just can't get over how piss poor the response
Our
has
department budget
been.
by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor.
Like, it's so bad.
Have you nothing to say today?
Can you back up? Appreciate it.
Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent.
Like,
Are you
fuck
considering
Elon
your
Musk,
position?
but she just says,
Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens
this was right after
today
she had
who are
gotten
dealing
back.
with this disaster? No apology for them? Do you think you should have been visiting Ghana while this was unfolding back home?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, let me ask you just again, have you anything to say to the citizens today as you return?
Yeah. You have Karen Bass, who just says nothing. You have Joe Biden, who announces that he became a great grandfather. Hi, honey. Rick Caruso. Oh yeah. Rick Caruso has not lost a moment to go onto every single news outlet and essentially be like, see, this is why I should have been mayor. Oh, I know what clip this is. I know what this is.
How's that turning into a media circus? Okay, well, tell me, what's the context? And if it's out of context, what is the context? You're not saying anything, Tony.
I've given you the response you deserve.
This all falling on her is kind of stupid. We have known this is a likely outcome from decades of bad urban. Oh yeah, no, I don't. I'm not singularly blaming Karen Bass, but I'm also not providing cover for her and being like, no. Stop it. Right? And that's the thing, too, is that we didn't obviously know that the situation in LA would be as bad as it got, but there were forecasts of fire conditions. And this is why insurance companies dropped people from their policies like a few days before houses burned down, because there were weather forecasts and also warnings that there could be possible fires and resulting destruction. And Karen Bass went to Ghana for the country's presidential inauguration. You know what? It is just it's optically bad, and it's also just the decision of her and her office to send her there is just a bad decision too. All right. Alrighty. Not that this matters, given everything else that's going on, but it is interesting as far as like awards season is concerned, because I was in the middle of covering, nominations and whatnot. So this weekend is a big weekend for weekend for like people who are potentially going to be nominated for an Oscar to kind of schmooze and go to luncheons and all that, and everything's been canceled because of the fires. So just for anybody who's been with me as I've started off on 2025's film award season, that is an unexpected curveball to this year's award season. The Critics' Choice Awards, yeah, what are they doing with that? They're just announcing. I think they canceled the show. Oh, Critics' Choice Awards have been postponed. I know that they pushed back the Oscar nominations 2 days, and they're going to announce on Sunday. It got moved to Sundance time. Does the Golden Globes winners retain momentum? Well, they did release the Directors Guild and Screen Actors Guild nominations. So that's the acting, and then the acting group, and then the directors group. And some interesting choices there. I think that there are some winners, some Golden Globes winners, who are continuing to have momentum. I think there are others where it's kind of like, OMG, I watched Amelia Perez last night and woo. See, now you know exactly what I'm talking about. I think some people, their curiosity got the best of them. They're like, okay, I have to see what she's talking about. And I hope now you understand everything that I was saying. Did you see Gene Smart's comments related to award season? I did. Yeah, I did. Have you talked about The Apprentice yet? I was hoping to hear your thoughts after you said you watched it the other day. I have not talked about The Apprentice yet. So I did watch The Apprentice. For starters, I will say I think Sebastian Stan gave 2 of the best lead performances in 2024. I think he was really, really good as Trump, and I think it was creepy to see him become more Trump-like as the film went on. I think the film kind of lost focus and energy, and what made the film great in the first half was the relationship between Roy Cohn and Donald Trump. And then once we get to the second half of the film, where it jumps a decade and there's there's less Roy Cohn. It's not about the two of them. I think that's when it kind of lost steam for me. I think I think the performances were really, really. It was much better than I expected it to be as well. I will say. I agree with that. I think Jeremy is great. I think he's great as Roy Cohn. I think Maria. What's her last name? Maria Bakalova, who plays Ivana Trump. She's really, really good too. I like that Ivana's character, and I mean, she's a real person, but I like that the way she was written in the film was not just this like two-dimensional kind of arm candy like character that it's how she was described in the media during the 80s when she and Trump were married, is that there was no depth that was ever given to her. So I appreciated that there was depth to her character in the film. I think my biggest problem is that because Trump is so famous and because there's so much about Trump that's just ingrained in popular culture, and you know, we all know Trump, at least the Donald Trump that we've had for the last 8 years. And I think the film was kind of working off of this assumption that like, oh yeah, everybody knows that Trump is a greedy, capitalistic, monstrous piece of shit. But it's like, okay, there's a lot of people who have the attitude of do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to win. But not all of them become Donald Trump. So if you're going to be a film about the kind of early days of Donald Trump as he comes under the tutelage of Roy Cohn, who, according to this film, had a huge impact on the Donald Trump that we know today, then you have to go more into the nitty-gritty on why Trump is Trump, and like not just, oh, he's greedy because he's greedy. Did it humanize him? No. I will say the part where it got morally a little tricky was with Roy Cohn, because if you don't know Roy Cohn was Donald Trump's attorney / fixer back in the late 70s, early 80s, when Trump transformed from his father's, from the guy who would, force rent out of the tenants who lived in his father's slums. And he was a nobody, but he was trying to become somebody, and he was trying to become like Mr. Real Estate in New York. So Roy Cohn takes him under his wing and, impresses upon him this way of doing things, which is very take no prisoners, do whatever needs to be done, fuck whoever you need to fuck, and fuck over whoever you need to fuck over. And the film, I'll just tell you. So the film is from that meeting, like when they first meet, so it's end of the 70s to the end of the 80s, as Trump is in his art of the deal era. So he's now, Mr. Big Shot Real Estate. He has firmly established himself, Donald Trump, and not just as the son of Fred Trump. And he is the art of the deal, right? Sebastian Stan shows very good acting in the film regardless from other consideration about the movie. Yeah, it was better than I thought it would be. There were things about it that I did think were missing, that I did think would have made the film stronger. I am concerned that Hollywood is and the media are so terrified of Trump that they're kind of, bending the knee, and it's why they won't they really don't want to have any conversations about this film. I also am like, I don't know what a film about Donald Trump that fully encompasses like who he is and why he is. I don't even know what that looks like. I don't know if Trump has just become this figure that it's too hard to even make a film about that's going to be able to capture that. Did you talk about the curfews being placed? No, is that an update? Curfew hours implemented to prevent looting in fire evacuation zones. Bro, what? 12-hour curfews planned in Eaton Palisades during the fucking town hall. The representative from the police department was like, "Oh, yeah, we only made one arrest. Yeah, it's really actually not." 12-hour curfews planned in Eaton Palisades fire evacuation areas. Could be. Wait a sec. This is could be. Could be under a 12-hour curfew. Is there anything that's like confirmed? Okay, curfew hours implemented to prevent looting in fire evacuation zones. The National Guard has been deployed to facilitate curfew hours starting 6 p.m. Thursday and other law enforcement duties.
To implement a curfew within the...
I'm sorry, but it's also crazy because the Palisades and Altadena are like largely gone. So much of it has been burned to the ground.
Specific impacted areas in around the two fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did we not listen to the same town hall? It was one. They literally said it was one.
Having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes.
I guess one is a number, technically. I guess that is true.
So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works.
Okay. Okay, so what's interesting is they're saying that there were, the Sheriff's Department has said that they made at least 20 arrests since the fires broke out Tuesday. This is from 6 hours ago, updated 6 hours ago. We watched the town hall, specifically the Pasadena town hall, which is where you know, a lot of the media has been about Pasadena. And they said 20 arrests, but they don't say from looting, probably 2 looting and 18 just for funsies. Law enforcement is proactively patrolling impacted communities to prevent criminal activity. I'm sorry, but when you look at the money that we spent on cops and then the money that we spent on the fire department, and you look at like what is the more serious issue, and it's like, okay, we got to make sure that after a fire has burned down, you know, a lot of a community, that we have the cops there to patrol, because the most significant issue here is looting. I hope that it is as clear as I can make it. Our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. Is it? I saw a tweet that someone was like, I think it was someone in, I can't remember which area. It was Pasadena or Palisades. And they were like, they went up to a cop's, maybe someone knows what I'm talking about. They basically, this person was saying, yeah, the cops wouldn't help me, and it was a stranger in their car who let me come into the car to escape the smoke. Let me see if I can find that. This one. Yes. Harrowing experience of a Pacific Palisades resident escaping the inferno. Imagine being surrounded by flames and they wouldn't help you. Hiya, I'd like to tell you what happened to me during the Palisades fire if you're interested. I ran on foot from it, and when encountered police, they refused to allow me entry into their car. Bear in mind that they were explicitly ordered to help with evacuations. They didn't ask their senior officers for help over the radio or anything. They just refused to let me get in and basically told me to beat it. Flames were on both sides, and black smoke made it so I could only see roughly 10 feet ahead. Also, there were 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. I was having trouble breathing and standing up straight. I only survived because of a member of the public in an SUV who let me into his car. You know what? That's what we call a fucking classic. Okay, here they say at least 20 people have been arrested for suspicion of looting. But see, this is still updated 3/39. I don't know. I mean, it well, all I know is that when we watched the press conference, which we watched after 6 o'clock, and everything else I've seen has been updated prior to that, they specifically said in Palisades they only did one arrest. A mandatory curfew for 20 looters still seems crazy. Yeah. Like, what it's saying is that they're arresting everyone but have only charged one person for looting. Yeah, a curfew starting at 6 p.m. is really intense. Really intense. Like, there are so many people who are displaced. 150,000 people have had to evacuate. They've had to evacuate. There are people all, like, you're more likely to be taken to safety being arrested than to ask them for help. Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, I'm trying to I'm trying to think of if yeah, go to sleep at 6 and wake up at 6. Hopefully you can do that. I'm like, do I cover something else? Do we switch and do something fun? I asked Will if he wants to sleep again are we doing a sleepover again? Can we watch Anita Bryant get pied in the face? Yeah, you can link it. I'm like, are we staying here? Are we gonna go out of town? What are we thinking? Good night, Mr. Sonic Jen. Yeah, I don't really want to keep wearing this mask inside. But like I said, when we got home, the door was open. So smoke had been coming in. And I'm sure I'm probably fine to take it off now. I was just like, I already was coughing. I already felt like I had shit in my lungs. Oh, yeah. Outside is super smoky. Outside, it's like you should for sure be wearing a mask. I can't believe when I was driving to Best Buy, I saw people like walking around not wearing masks. And I was like, first of all, you can smell it, okay? But even if you can't smell it, that's not how you're supposed to base your protection. If you're like, well, it doesn't smell that smoky. Yeah, seriously, just raw dogging wildfires. Raw dogging wildfires. It's crazy. Well, the problem is that I went to try to get an air filter. I said this earlier. So we used to have one, and that must have like gotten tossed or something. And it was one of those things that I wasn't thinking about needing until today. And they're sold out everywhere. And there's this woman who I saw, she was returning one to Best Buy. And I couldn't believe she was returning it because they're sold out everywhere. But she's like, yeah, my daughter wants me to. The other thing too is like she was speaking English with an accent, and she was like, I don't really understand. Like she was asking me to explain to her what this purifier was when she went to go return it. There were just so many things where I'm like, I cannot take this from this woman. And when she turned to me, it was like, what should I do? Because her daughter was like, you make the decision what to do. This ain't Squid Games, okay? All right, I'm not what's his name in Squid Games, who's like, oh yeah, you should do the umbrella, and I'm gonna do the triangle. But yeah, if we stay here, maybe we'll do a DIY air filter. I don't know. Yeah, I can look at a YouTube tutorial. Every day when my mom comes home from work, she opens all her windows. Don't be doing that if you live in Los Angeles. Do not be doing that. At least you'll be blessed. Well, that's what she told me. She was like, God brought you here to stop me. She's like, if I hadn't run into you, I would have just returned this. If I hadn't run into you, I would have just returned this. She said, God is good. God is good, and he will be good to you as well. No, but honestly, I don't think that the air filter, had I been able to buy it, if she returned it, would have like, I don't know. Like, I think it still is. I think it's one of those things where it's probably okay indoors. I don't know. Outdoors, no bueno. Not good. Is the house okay? Everything's okay. Yeah. We were lucky. We were lucky. Can we get a Flow review? It's so good. It's beautiful. The story is beautiful. The animation is beautiful. Oh, I was the one who suggested Flow. And I could not believe how obsessed with that film Kaya was. So when Hassan went up to go to bed, he's like, Kaya, come. And she was sitting next to me and we were watching the movie and she wouldn't go. And I guess she's never done that before. And he was like, Kaya, come. Come. And then she started to get anxious because when she wouldn't go with him, he was like, all right, fine, and went upstairs, but she started panting and was kind of like looking to the stairs and then looking back at the film, and I'm like, oh, baby. Oh. And then I was like, well, it's okay, you can go. You can go. She really loved the film. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. She kept getting up and walking up to the TV like she needed to get closer. And the fact that she did not get up from where we were sitting on the couch, that she didn't get up when her dad was going to bed. She's a film girly. She is. Yeah, here we go. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her moving her head. I could not get over it because Farley is so not interested. Like I can't get him to watch movies. I'm not kidding you. I've tried to get him to watch movies. He did not give a fuck. Kaya was locked in from the very beginning. From the very beginning, she was obsessed with this movie. Farley is a grumpy old man, and he does not give a fuck. No, he does not. No, he does not. He's so grumpy. I know. I was like, you know what, Hassan? Why don't you take Farley? Because he wants to go to bed. He doesn't want to watch a movie. He doesn't want to be here. So why don't you take him? And then, and then this morning when we got up and Farley was doing like the TT dance, I was like, okay, you got to go TT. I opened the door and Kaya must have been sitting out there for God knows how long. And she just busts into the bedroom. I didn't hear anything. She wasn't barking. She wasn't making any noises. She must have just patiently been waiting outside the room until I opened the door. She just busts in. So unlike Farley. Yeah. The difference between Kaya and Farley is quite funny. It is very funny to see them. You know what? I would love to have Kaya as a guest on movie night because I told Hassan, I was like, I know you're not showing her great films. I know. That's why she needs me. You know who's... Okay, wait a second. I had no idea that Hassan's mom is into award season. We were talking movies. We were talking awards. She was picking up what I was putting down. I figured just by her relation to Hassan, who doesn't know anything, that she wouldn't know, like that we wouldn't be able to like kind of get into the nitty gritty on it. Oh, she watches all of that. I know. I need to have her. I need to have her for film night too. She also watched all of Flow with us. Hassan went up to bed and she watched Flow. What did she think of Amelia Perez? Oh, I think she thought it was silly. We talked about so much. She was very excited about Demi Moore. She hasn't seen The Substance, but she was like, I know what it's about and I love the message. I love the messaging. I don't know if it's the type of film I'll enjoy watching. I was like, yeah. It's super duper body horror. It's not for everyone, even if you love the message of it. Like my mom, I told her, do not watch Substance. You would love what the message is, but it is not a film that you will enjoy watching. So we talked about that. We were talking about, we were just talking about all the girlies. We talked about Conclave. She really loved Conclave. Yeah. She loved it. But I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be your child. We're gonna switch some things around because Hassan ain't having these conversations with you, okay? All he was doing was singing Vaginoplasty. And you know what he said to me too? He was like, wait, but I thought that song, it was like good because it's like campy and stuff. I was like, no. It's actually the exact opposite, where they did not go full camp. And so it's terrible. Had they leaned into the camp and just gone all the way, then it would have been not the enormous train wreck that it was. Like they're being serious. He thought that it was campy and it was satirical and that it was like a joke. Like, no. No. Me no. Anyway. Any Hoosers. Okay, here's some options for you guys. Here's some options. We can watch a new season of Survivor. We can do reacts. Or I can play some BioShock. So we can do reacts, or we can do gaming. I don't know what we are doing tonight. If we are staying here, I'm not sure. I think they're still recording the podcast, so I don't have that information yet. Why don't I give you guys a vote? Okay? I will give y'all a vote. Okay. What are we doing next? Gaming or new Survivor? New Survivor season. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Pokemon, go to the polls. Okay. Pokemon, go to the polls. I'm so hungry. I'm going to go see if we have any snacks. Are you going to get into Cobblemon? Well, I would have done Cobblemon if he was still doing it tonight. I don't know if he's planning to come back and like get back into it. If you're in line, stay in line. Hi, baby. Want some? I'll go. Want some turkey? How's it looking? Wow. You have like 10 seconds. Are we having girl dinner? Literally turkey. And some chips. Wow. Okay, Anonymous, thank you for the 20. I'm guessing that you voted for BioShock. Thank you. Uncivil, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. All right. We are going to do some gaming to end our stream. Playing some BioShock that I started last night. No, I didn't, because I didn't stream last night. I did not stream last night. 2 nights ago. That was when we did BioShock. Oh, pardon. Okay. No, I did not do offline gaming. Yeah, as we were evacuating, I was secretly gaming. Anyway, if you're heading out, I maybe will be live tomorrow. I don't know what William Neff wants to do. So should be live, maybe not. Maybe we end up going to Montana. And if we do, I'm gonna bring streaming equipment there because we're going to Japan soon, and I do not want to be missing. I do not want to be missing streaming. Okay, how far did I get? Played like an hour? Hi, I don't have any more turkey. I don't have any more. I'm sorry. Played like an hour and a half or so. Yeah, I did spend 30 minutes on the save. That is true. Where'd you get your hoodie? This is a Will Neff hoodie. A stolen hoodie. The way I never beat it, you know? Somehow I have been able to make my way through, even if I don't know where I'm going. I guess there is this arrow. Yeah, I guess I forgot about that. It had to be you. Yes, I am going to Japan. If this is your first time hearing that. Oh, we're just getting right into it. Okay. All right. We're just locked and loaded. Everybody just needs to chill. Everyone needs to chill. I was already here, was I not? Yes, I was already here. I was already here. Farley is not going with us. He is not going with us.
Approaching a little sister is a criminal offense.
Okay, where are we going? Open the emergency access. So...
Do not
How
approach
to
little
be
sisters.
Oh?
Sounds like another tunnel collapse. Welcome to Rapture, the world's fastest growing pilot junk.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. You know, everything's kind of just falling apart here. Bad infrastructure. Who's the mayor? Hello, ma'am. You and Will both look lovely on stream today. It's the N95 masks. How do I get out of here? Keep hanging in there. Thank you. Okay, I don't think I can go that way. I don't... There are many sounds. You gotta go left. Sometimes the arrow lies. Does it? Is it lying? No. Nandre is not gonna have Farley because he just got a puppy. Okay, I guess we go this way. Oh my! Oh! Do I shoot it? I don't know. Do I? Do I? I'm revisiting the Infinite DLCs because of your stream. Hell yes, let's go. I'm a gaming influencer.
It's a little one. Here's your chance to get some Adam.
Oh, these little evil babies. Oh! Oh!
No, stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a
I'm pro children.
to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
I'm pro kids.
Lad. That's not a child. Not anymore, it ain't. Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
Bitte, do not hurt her. Have you no heart?
Aye, that's a pretty sermon coming from the ghoul who cooked up them creatures in the first place.
Hold on. I'm gonna move my camera. I forgot I like to have that there.
Took fine little girls and turned them into that, didn't you? Listen to me, Boyle. You won't survive without the antidote. Things are carrying. Are you prepared to trade your life, the lives of my wife and child, for Tenenbaum's little Frankenstein?
Here! There is another way. Use this. Free them from their torment.
What?
I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. What? How am I supposed to? Okay, choose whether to rescue or harvest. If you harvest her, you get maximum Adam to spend on plasmids, but she will not survive the process. If you rescue her, you get less Adam, but Tenenbaum has promised to make it worth your while. I think I need the plasmids. Well?
That Adam should do the trick. You did the right thing. Just remember, them things aren't people no more.
I think I need them.
Dr. Tenenbaum they've got to thank for us.
How can you do this thing to a child?
Well...
But there are other little ones who have need of your help.
Okay.
Will you be as cruel to them?
I don't know. What's the...
If you cross paths with another of them gatherer's garden machines, make sure you pick up a new plasmid or two. That's if the price ain't too dear, of course.
Okay, how much money do I have? Health upgrade, increase your maximum health, increase your maximum Eve. Oh, first aid kits also give you Eve. That's good. Okay. Let's also do the health up. Okay. How much? I have 60. I have 60 left. Okay, can't get that. Yeah. Wait, you've run out of slots. You'll have to replace a plasmid. You can buy more slots at a gatherer's garden. Look! Replace plasmid. Ship! I don't know what to do. Store? I'll just store that for now.
Not only are those little girls veritable atom factories, they're nearly indestructible. They regenerate any wounded flesh with stem versions of the dead cells.
Oh, okay.
But their relationship with the implanted slugs is symbiotic. If you harvest the slug, the host will die. So you see, it's not like killing, Tenenbaum said.
Right.
It's more like removing a terminal patient.
Thank you for helping me.
Is that all I got? I just got $80. That doesn't seem... That doesn't seem like that much. I guess I saved the child's soul. I guess that is true. But like, I don't know. A good deed done is its own reward. Is it? In this game?
Are you almost back to emergency access?
No.
Come through as soon as you get there. You got Ryan's eye now. You won't hear them coming, but he'll be there before you know it.
Ah! Oh. My bad. Yeah, but God sent me. For that child. God, there's no supplies.
So great. I'm dizzy, I'm nauseous, and sometimes I'm even seeing things that aren't there.
There's no supplies.
You just need to slow down a bit on the splicing.
Why has everything been looted?
Right as rain. Remember, a smart
Okay, I'm gonna hack this and then buy stuff. Okay, we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna go... We're gonna go boop. We're gonna go boop. We're gonna go boop. Then we're gonna go boop. And then we're gonna go boop. And then we're gonna go here. And then we're gonna go deep, 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 deep. And then here. Nope. Then we gotta go straight. Okay, we're good. We're good. Good. All right.
After the splice.
We got ourselves a sail.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Okay, let's get some... You know what? Let's get some shotgun. Okay, we're broke again. Ah! Who is this guy?
Question.
Did he die yet? Oh! Where? Why is this man not dying? What the? Why was he not dying? You know what? I gotta switch. I need my buckshot. Yeah, I gotta hit him in the head. Yeah, I gotta do some headshots. Yeah.
Security alert deactivated. Thank you for your patience.
I don't know how you managed it, but you did. Come through to Port Neptune now. I'm looking forward to shaking your hand.
Why do I feel like this guard's gonna turn out to be a bad guy? That's just my writer senses are tingling. This guy is going to turn out to be... Select a destination? I don't know. Where are we going? We're leaving? Are we going? Okay. I hate my own people. Yes, I hate Irish people. I hate my own people.
Now you had the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company.
Oh, shit.
He's the one who built this place, and he's the one who ran it into the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad.
Ooh.
Maybe the power got to him. Maybe he just decided he didn't like people. Whichever way you slice it, good men died. My family's in a submarine hidden in the foundation of Fontaine Fisheries. I'll meet you there.
I don't think that guy looks so well. He don't look so good. Did you ever watch the Day of the Jackal series? This is Peter Thiel's Utopia. Okay, press to review the ones that you have. Set object. Wait, yeah, I already know. Okay. Oh! Do I want to switch around? Maybe I do... Step 2, select slot. How the fuck does this work? I don't get it.
I don't understand. Like that? Telekinesis?
Oh. You mostly have attack ones. Okay. Why does it keep...
You can do this.
You can do this! Okay, so see, I pick that one, and then I come here, and I pick, like, that one. Pick a... This feels like a puzzle. This feels like a puzzle. Okay. So here's that one. Oh. And now... Here's this. Where I pick one of these. Like this one. See? And then it... Oh, okay. Oh! Okay, I know I can do this. Step 3, replace. Select... Okay. Select track. This one. The UIs... Wait, which one's ass? I keep clicking the back button. What the fuck? Okay, select slot. This slot. This slot. And now select track. You guys, I can't do this. I can't. I think it's the smoke in my brain. Okay. I think I'm just gonna stay with these ones. You can change out the attack plasmids. It's the only one you have more than... You are trying to add tonics and tracks. You don't have extra. You can only have plasmids. Okay. You know what? I'm actually feeling really good about those two. I actually feel... I feel good about it. Now I just gotta figure out how to get out of here. Okay. Okay. Who was that? Who was that? Who was that? Why did she disappear? Wait.
Month days go by like wind.
It's probably just the wind. Oh, Jesus! I am late dead. I am late dead. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna come over here. I'm a lurker in just about all chats. I want to say watching you grow as a streamer has been amazing. I hope you keep growing because you earned it. Thank you. I always love meeting lurkers. Wait, I can just sneak past. Well then, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just sneak past. Okay, he was just chilling and I started it. All right, I get it. I'm a bully. I'm a bully. Okay. Wowie, that is so annoying. Okay, I'm being nice.
Wham! Give her to me!
Oh my god, there is so much happening around me. But I'm like, maybe I shouldn't get involved. Nope. Ah!
Woe be unto you!
Oh my god, this is
there?
kind of cray. Oh! Oh my god, I think I'm dead. Oh no! Oh no! Why is this guy so aggro? Ah! Why won't he die? We're just like trading back and forth. We're just going back and forth. We're just... This cannot be right. This isn't right. Okay. That's not right. That is... that's not it. I don't think that that's correct. Where am I? Where am I? Check what machine? This one? No. I'm good. Oh my god. I think you need to try one more. Yes. Oh. I think my game just crashed? Question mark. I think maybe I was back and forth too much with that robot. I think we were... Do I want to revert in-game options to default setting? No? No. Okay. Wow. I guess the game did not like me playing catch. The game did not like me playing catch. We went band for band too hard. Yeah. Oopsie. Oops. The game was like, no, I do not think so. That's not how we mean for you to play the game. How dare ye? How dare ye? Andrew Ryan got tired of seeing the shenanigans. Okay. We're doing it again. It's common to crash around this area. Well. Oh, shit. My bad.
Now you had the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company. He's the one who built this place, and he's the one who ran it into the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad. Maybe
save early and save often.
Maybe he just decided he didn't like people. Whichever way you slice it, good men died. My family's in a submarine hidden in the foundation of Fontaine Fisheries. I'll meet you there.
Okay. Well, at least we don't have to go back that far. Excuse me, coming through. Different enemies are affected by different plasmids. Okay. Oh my god! Okay. Okay, I'm like, seriously, I don't mean to be like doing the same thing again. It is like kind of happening again.
I send you pestilence!
Ah! Oh my god! Yo, that guy, okay. That guy is relentless. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna come over here. Oh my god. Okay. This is... I know, it's a machine. I know it's a machine! I don't have the shock thing! Okay. What? What is happening? He just has unlimited bombs? Alright. I need some help. I need some help. You know what? I don't have time. First aid kit. Okay. Okay, I have no money. Excuse me, coming through. Coming through! I need to get the shock. I need to figure out how to get this. And then in the empty slot, how do I add... How do I... Okay, let's figure this out. Select slot. Okay, select slot. Here. Here. Go to the top ones. Okay. Go. You need to replace either the fire or telekinesis. Right. So I'm gonna... Okay. This one. Okay. Replace. Okay. Okay. Wait. Did we do it? Yes. Okay. Oh my God. Oy vey. Ay, caramba. Wow. Whoever would have known that this... Nope, get me out of here. Who would have known that this was a boss? That this was a boss of the game. Oh, I'm so sorry. Pardon me. Pardon me. Fucker. Oh, he doesn't even have anything in him. Just a chair. He's just a chair. But I got him. But I motherfucking got him. I motherfucking got him. I don't want to keep opening that. By Furious Siren, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, Big Daddy. Oh my God, I'm scared. game. Save. Save game. Save game. Okay, how do I go to my save? Did that save? Select. Where am I? Oh, I'm still. Wait, load? Yes. Okay, everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Wait, why am I still here? Oh, the second one? Okay, I gotta go into here. I overwrote it?
My daddy's smarter than Einstein. And like a fire
Okay, one more time, but I have a plan. One more time, I have a plan. Hold on. Just hang tight. Soul Boot, thank you for the 5. Okay, ready? Here's my plan. My plan is to run. Run away. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to do that. We're just going to go. Okay, yes, that is concepts of a plan. That is concepts of a plan.
Approaching a little sister is a criminal offense. Do not approach the little sister.
See? Okay. Bye. You know what? I'm just gonna let you guys. Fuck. How do I get in here? Wait, okay, this way? Oh my god, where the hell am I going? This way? Okay, we're gonna go down. We're gonna go down. We're gonna go down. Let them... What? Wait, what did I say? Wait, what? I don't know. What did I say? Where am I going? Enter code. Hack. Enter code. Is that how? Okay, what if I do hack? Successfully hacking this store. Oh my god. Oh my god, come on. Oh. Oh my god. Wait a second. Yes. Yes. Woo. I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, so yo-ho! Are we doing something with this guy, or what's happening? Nope. Okay.
Mr. Ryan asked me personally to make this clear to you. You give
He's
us
good.
Fontaine,
He's good.
this whole filthy
Yeah.
ring of his, knocking back pints up at the Fighting McDonough's. But if you prefer to play the mule, we'll treat you like a mule. Give him a taste, Patrick.
Oh, I see.
What's that? Change of heart, Timmy? Timmy?
Oh!
Ready to talk now?
Hi.
Go on, do your dirty.
Hi.
Whatever Ryan thinks he can do to me. Naked is double!
Timmy, no! Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
Blame a lady who craves variety.
I will vote. Just dead people everywhere. I will
One
vote
day,
for Donald
gentlemen
Trump.
stopped calling.
Sorry, I am not meaning to do an acoustic version of that song. Somebody got it stuck in my head.
Atlas radioed on ahead. Says you were looking for an invite to the fisheries. Nuts, I say. But if you heads up to the Wharf Master's office and find old Peach a research camera, maybe I could manage an invite. What was that? My friend, you are fucked.
Yeah, this wildfire's fucking with my brain. Wait, how do I get in here? Can we not?
I want it back! I want it back!
Oh my God, she's insane! She's crazy! Is that me doing it? Wait. What? Why won't she die? Why won't she die? Is that her? Did I get her? Okay, I think I got her. I think we got her.
Look on the conveyor belt. You'll find something to keep you alive. Now, go get that camera, and then snapshots of those that crawl from the ceiling. Then I'll let you into the fisheries.
I feel like that's what it's like at
friend, I smell an ounce
Waffle
of
House.
Fontaine on you, and I'll have you in a box. Atlas gives you the vouch, but I ain't.
Oh!
Just on his say so.
Oh my God. I just got a fucking grenade launcher? Are you kidding me?
Grown man jumping at ghosts. Fontaine's dead.
Are you
And everybody
kidding
knows
me?
it. In the ground for months, and half the place still jumping at his shadow. Christ, even Ryan. You never mind all that. We got work to do.
Wait, so we are. What am I getting? I'm getting a camera. I'm getting find the research camera. Find the research camera. I've got a quest. God damn it.
Seems like old Peach knows where to find a research camera. Seems that
Is it here? Oh wait, that was a trick.
No doubt he'll wait until after you've done his errands to stick a shiv in your back.
That was a trick. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm going to save. Space Cadet, thank you.
Is that you had to fight me for her?
Oh my god! Oh shit! I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead. Methinks I died.
Turned away from your life. We have turned away from your life.
Methinks I'm dead.
I traded you for those woman. And what did it serve?
I just there's too many guys. There's too many guys. Oh my god!
Where?
Okay, that might have been a little extra with the grenade launcher, but I didn't know what else to do. I don't know. Sometimes you gotta bring out the big guns. Literally the big guns. I have to find this fucking camera. I did say blimmy blammo. Blimmy. Blimmy blammo. Not everybody's fighting.
When there was earth
Yeah, take that. Take that. You ain't got nothing on me. Ain't got nothing. I feel like I just have to take these. I don't know. I don't know. They're not friends. I think it's time to cook. Honestly, kill him. Where's? Oh. Wait, this isn't like going the way it should. Wait a second. Wait, why do I keep dying? Why do I keep dying to these fools? Okay, I do kind of. Okay. Oh my god, shit. How do I get out of here? Ah! Okay, my bad. My bad. I have 0 health. Is he coming after me? I don't know. Oh! B. You are wounded. Okay, throw something at me. Throw something at me so I can throw it back. Throw something at me. Okay, methinks I'm getting my ass cooked. I'm gonna not do that this time.
Just a trickster playing with my ears.
I'm gonna avoid. Wait, I gotta pee. Hold on. Pause. Actually, if I do I need to pause it?
I'm sorry, Father. I'll do what you say.
Can I just hide?
I'll do what you say.
Oh, I'll pause it. I'll pause it. Okay.
Father, why have you forsaken me?
Why have you forsaken me?
Right down here. We were wrong. I wore it for you, Father. It's what you like.
Okay, we're just gonna avoid this guy. Guys, just fight it out. Just fight it out. I'm just gonna. Going to go over here. Avoid you. Nope. Why can't? Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep? Oh, hi.
Has he been out?
Hi. Like has he got a potty?
Yeah.
I don't know. He always hits his bell to go potty. Hey, are we sleeping here tonight, or what do you want to do?
I mean, up to you, but kind of depends on what you want to do tomorrow.
Okay. How's the podcast?
Good.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm almost done. Should we go?
I mean, I'd have to let Hassan know, like.
Is he going to bed?
Probably.
Well, I just am like I don't know, because our door was open and it got smoke and I just don't know.
I mean, I don't think it matters if the door is open or closed. Like, air is going to get in.
That's true.
Our apartment's not airtight.
But his place is probably like maybe smoky too. I don't know.
If you're going to keep streaming, we're staying here.
Well, I can finish if you want to.
I mean, do you want me to ask Hassan?
I mean, is it like, does it make sense? Like, will it be better if we go over there?
I don't know.
Oh my god, I can smell you from coming in from the outside.
Yeah. Keep streaming.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like it's probably the same. I don't know. Yeah, we're trying to decide if we're trying to decide if we're gonna go sleep at Haas's again. Like, I just don't. I don't even know if that's gonna make a difference. Maybe we should go make a decision. All right, I'm gonna end stream so we can make our decision.
Wait, let me call Hassan.
You want to call him first? Okay. Okay. Hold, y'all. Hold. Or you guys are already doing the raid. Do you think there's a high chance you'll need to evacuate again? If so, I mean, right now, no, but also it's not like there's no chance of needing to evacuate. Like, it's crazy. Will just coming into this apartment, I can smell all of the smoke on him from him.
You're good for the next 2 hours because he's gonna send me stuff so we can get in.
He's gonna send you stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we can scan in.
Oh, is he going to bed?
I don't know.
Well, what do you?
I just wanted to give you more time. Finish your stream.
That's okay. I can end it now. It's still.
You're good. You're good.
Are you jumping on to what's it called?
No, I was just making sure you can finish your stream.
Oh no, babe. I'm at like I've been streaming for 6 hours.
Okay.
I'm just gaming right now. I did fire coverage for like 4.5, 5 hours, and I've just been ending with some gaming. So.
Okay.
I'm totally fine to end, so we can.
Take your time. We're good.
So we can decide what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what I'm like. Do you want to go back catch Pokemon for an hour? Because I will end right now. He was like, take your time. Take your time. Okay. Well, I'm like, I'll just end stream so we can go figure out what we are doing tonight. This 6 p.m. curfew. Well, we don't have one here, but let me see. Let me save. Okay, and then I'll go here. Quit to main menu. Yes. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba 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 ba. Bum ba 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 ba. All right, y'all, I am gonna jump off so that we can figure out what we're doing tonight. If we're doing sleepover round 2, sorry, Farley. Sorry, or if we're gonna end up getting out of town because of everything that's going on. So, drink lots of water. It helps with the polluted air coming from a Delhi resident. Sorry that it was short gaming. Hopefully I'll be live tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be live tomorrow. If I'm here, I'll make sure that we get some good gaming in tomorrow. But thank you guys. Thank you for joining me. Thank you sincerely for all of the well wishes. I appreciate y'all very much. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys to Mafia Jinx. Yeah, also if you're not on the Discord, join the Discord. That's where I do updates and stuff. Thank you for the coverage and excellent stream. You know what's great? What's great about Twitch and what's shitty about Twitch is that everything is happening in real time. So it's really nice to be able to communicate with you guys live and be, talking about something that is as big as what is happening in LA. But then of course there's always the dummies, and I hope that at least one dummy learned something called empathy. I hope at least one is like, you know what? Actually, maybe my instinct when a city is burning, it shouldn't be like, ha ha. Yeah, it's all rich celebrities. But we can only hope. We can only hope. Okay. If you are in Los Angeles, please take care of yourselves. Let what happened to me last night be a warning for you that fires happen fast. Evacuation orders happen really, really fast. So please be prepared. Please be ready to go, even if you think like you're being silly or it's over the top. I promise you it's not. And yeah. Wait, Will's playing Mike. I fucking knew he would. No, I'm going to grab him off his computer.